tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit orlandcohen.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win one of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Chopra and No Sereno is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and No Sereno is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Anderson windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Anderson product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Anderson, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and now introducing the new Casamigos Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila, brought to you by those who drink it and love it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Welcome back to Citi Field ahead of Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. It's time to take a look at baseball strikeout leaders. Sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. The Mets finished the regular season with 1,455 strikeouts. The Braves led the NL with 1,553. For every Mets strikeout this year, Odyssey Mets Radio will make a donation to Cars for Kids charity. We are donating, you should too. Donate your car, boat, or real estate at carsforkids.com today. It's time to go inside the lines, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Mets are plus 110 to win tonight's game, and the run line is 7.5. Out in Cleveland, the Yankees are favorites, minus 120 to win Game 4. We'll wrap up the Nissan Mets pregame show on the other side. This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now, get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google, LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 877-8-HOPE or text NY.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees, The Temptations.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets declare the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
Tonight's Salute to America, brought to you by the Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Tonight's national anthem was performed by The Temptations. Our player to bank on is sponsored by California Cryobank. Build your family with the #1 sperm bank in the United States. And tonight, we bank on Francisco Lindor. The pitching matchup, one more time, it's David Peterson against Jack Flaherty. That'll do it for the Nissan Mets pregame show. On the other side, we join Keith Rack and the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose, for lineups and first pitch, Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. Coming up right after this.
The Nissan Mets pregame show on Odyssey Mets Radio has been brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's life unlimited. That's Spectrum. Sloman's Home Heating Oil. The difference is human. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. Margaret Teets, Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power. 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. And by ELEC 825, building our future.
The WNBA Finals are on Sirius XM.
That's her toughest shot of the game, and she got it to go.
Hear every game between the Minnesota Lynx and New York Liberty on NBA Radio or ESPN Extra.
Tonight at 8 Eastern, it's Game 4 in Minnesota. Brianna Stewart and the Liberty are one win away from the title and look to close out the series against the Lynx. Hear every second of the action on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
For a complete schedule of WNBA games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
It's 2024 Mets postseason baseball on Odyssey Mets Radio.
And a 2-2 to Lindor, swinging a high fly ball, well hit to right. Betts going back, this might go, and it is gone, a home run. Francisco Lindor just pulled a Lenny Dykstra as he leads off a game in the postseason with a home run. Swinging a drive in the air, pretty well hit right center. Pages back at the track, near the wall. It is gone! A grand slam for Mark Vientos on a 3-2 pitch. He clears the bases. Alonso at second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit going into center field. Alonso rounds third. He's coming home. Throw to the plate by Pages. Head first slide. He's safe. Down to second goes Marte. Single and a run batted in. The Mets have a 7-3 lead. Yeah, set. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike three. Put it in the books.
New York Mets Baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com to find a dealer near you. Gin and Juice, a premium seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
From Citi Field in Flushing, Queens, welcome to New York Mets baseball. This afternoon, the Mets face the Los Angeles Dodgers in Game 5 of the 2024 National League Championship Series. The starting pitchers for the Dodgers making his second start of the series, right-hander Jack Flaherty, and for the Mets, left-hander David Peterson. Hi again, everyone. I'm Howie Rose along with Keith Rad. Matt Harvey just threw a ceremonial first pitch to his 2015 National League champion Mets teammate Yoenis Cespedes. Matt missed a little bit outside if you're a left-hand batter. He drilled you if you were a right-hand batter, and that gives you an idea where that pitch was. But you don't need really too much to analyze about where the Mets are at tonight. It is win or go home. Simple as that. They trail the series 3-1 after the Dodgers' 10-2 win last night. So the Mets need to win tonight to get the series to Los Angeles for a potential Game 6 and, if necessary, 7. And the Mets season rides on making both of those games necessary. Our game time temperature is sponsored by Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters. Go to peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. A very pleasant day. Clear skies, breezy, 58 degrees at game time. We'll come back to look at the pitching matchup and more right after this on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
An orthopedic surgeon can replace a damaged joint, but they can't replace time. For you, or for the person who has to drive you around. That's why you need a surgeon who's close to home. At RWJ Barnabas Health, we have the specialized care you need to get moving again. Do it right. Here. Visit rwjbh.org/ortho. RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy. Together.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
You can count on our friends at Ridgewood Savings Bank to show you the community banking difference with cutting-edge conveniences and a century-long tradition of award-winning service. Ridgewood is a financial partner you can count on today, tomorrow, and all of the years to come. Whether you prefer to bank at your local neighborhood branch, from home, or on the go, they're always here to help you reach your goals. So let our friends at Ridgewood be the full-service banking partner you can count on to support you in your financial journey. Visit ridgewoodbank.com to find out more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM. All postseason long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets. Fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts, and so much more. Download the BetMGM app, head to the ballpark, and get your piece of the MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Laborers Local 731 has been responsible for some of the biggest and most celebrated infrastructure projects in New York City, like the rebuild of the World Trade Center and the new LaGuardia Airport. Laborers Local 731. Feel the power.
Well, back here at Citi Field, the fans are waving their blue towels. Hopefully they have their hearts in them, because I don't know that they were being floated around quite as vigorously as the last couple of nights, but, you know, that owes itself to where the Mets are in this series, desperately needing the win to push it to a Game 6 in Los Angeles. And so along those lines, the Mets will try to do what they could not do in the opener of this series, and that essentially is touch Dodgers right-hander Jack Flaherty. David Peterson, who last started in the end of September for the Mets and has made 4 mostly real good relief appearances in the postseason, is the choice to start this afternoon. Keith?
Yeah, David Peterson, this is the first ever postseason start of his career, and what a year to do it. The best year of his career, no doubt, where he pitched to a 2.90 ERA over 21 regular season starts, and he's been coming out of the bullpen this entire postseason. Milwaukee, twice in the Philadelphia series, pitched behind Senga in Game 1. But today is his day. He woke up knowing he was going to start, and the Mets are going to need him to not only pitch well, but pitch as far as he possibly can. Mets are a little bit short-handed behind him in the bullpen, despite the fact that they will use whoever they have to, including Edwin Diaz and Ryan Stanek, rather early. And Jack Flaherty, is how he said, 7 scoreless innings in Game 1. Can he replicate just how good he was? We'll have to see. That's today's pitching matchup, presented by Ridgewood Savings Bank, multiplying the good for over 100 years. Starting lineups, first pitch, Game 5 coming up on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
VIP stands for Very Important Person. That's how we value each one of our customers, patrons, and clients at VIP Honda. Honda's first all-electric vehicle, the Prologue, is now here. Hybrid technology is offered on the new 2024 Honda Accord Hybrid and Honda CR-V Hybrid. All new 2024 Honda models come with complimentary 24-month, 24,000-mile scheduled Honda maintenance, and we offer courtesy service loaner cars to each VIP. Search our inventory and see our offers on VIPHonda.com.
If you heat your home with oil, you must hear this message. Low-price home heating oil is now available to all our Mets Radio listeners at a fixed price that can save you hundreds of dollars a year on your home heating bill. If you think you're paying too much to heat your home, then pick up your phone, dial 866-OIL-DEAL right now to see how much you can save on heating oil. The Home Heating Oil Service Center is staffed 24/7, and mechanics are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure your family is never left in the cold. Just dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL. The heating oil line is now open for Mets Radio listeners. Think you're paying too much for your home heating oil or service? Call the Home Heating Oil line now to see how much you can save off your home heating costs. Don't wait. There is no reason to pay too much for home heating oil. You can get the best service, 24-hour mechanics, and a low flat rate for this home heating season, guaranteed. So call now. Dial 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
The Ray Cattina family of dealerships is the premier luxury automotive group in New Jersey and New York for one simple reason. They always put the customer first. With the finest inventory of luxury vehicles and legendary customer service, experience the Ray Cattina way. Visit raycattina.com.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
And tonight's starting lineups are sponsored by Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda for the Dodgers, who need one win to win the series and go on to the World Series. They have Shohei Ohtani leading off. He's the designated hitter. Right fielder Mookie Betts bats second. Left fielder Teoscar Hernandez hits third. Freddie Freeman was off yesterday dealing with that sore ankle. He's batting cleanup, playing first base. The shortstop Tommy Edmonds bats fifth. Kike Hernandez plays second base. He bats sixth. Max Muncy bats seventh and plays third base. Catcher Will Smith hits eighth. And Andy Pages, the center fielder, bats ninth. Jack Flaherty on the mound for Dave Roberts. Los Angeles Dodgers, who finished with the best record in baseball, 98-64. Now for the Mets, who need three little miracles, starting with one today to try to get back in this series. Shortstop Francisco Lindor leads off. Brandon Nimmo in left, batting second. Mark Vientos hits third today and plays third. Pete Alonso in the cleanup spot, playing first base. The DH Jesse Winker bats fifth. Then Starling Marte in right field, hitting sixth. Tyrone Taylor, the center fielder, bats seventh. Jeff McNeil hits eighth at second base. Francisco Alvarez catches and bats ninth. David Peterson on the mound for the Mets. Mets are donned in their traditional home whites with Mets in blue written across the chest in script, trimmed in orange. The Dodgers in their road grays. Those are tonight's uniforms, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life. flagandanthem.com. And when it's game time, it's Tully time. The first pitch is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew during tonight's game. It is about to begin, and we send it over to the Hall of Fame radio voice of the New York Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, Keith, thank you very much. Mookie Wilson was just waving a towel and yelling, "Let's go Mets," to further rile up the crowd. And so they are in many precincts here on their feet. Shohei Ohtani gets set to step into the batter's box as soon as we get the message that it's okay to play ball. And we're still waiting on the network stooge while everybody's hanging around, still waiting. And now he points and says, "We run the sport. We say you can throw the first pitch."
Don't tell me what we should do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, David Peterson is set to do so to Shohei Ohtani, and the first pitch of the game is on the inside corner. He starts him off with a slider for strike one. Yesterday, Ohtani hit the second pitch of the game from Jose Quintana for a home run. The 0-1 from Peterson is another slider. It's low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ohtani, a pedestrian 8 for 34 in the postseason. He does have 3 home runs. And the 1-1 on the way. Fastball over for a called strike. It's 1-2. Ohtani has homered in each of the last 2 games of this National League Championship Series. Mookie Betts is on deck. Teoscar Hernandez to follow. Ohtani has already taken his timeout. Crowd showing that they do not particularly appreciate it, but he's back in the batter's box. And with the pitch clock running, Peterson with the glove in front of his face, set to deliver 1-2 to Ohtani. It's on the way, and it's way inside, goes to the backstop. The ball almost hit him in the shin. It was a sinker, a pitch that David Peterson has used to great advantage this year as he has broken through to have a solid major league season as a starter. He went 10-3 with a 2.90 ERA during the regular season. This is his first postseason start. 2-2 the count, now the pitch. Low and away with a fastball, ball 3. Now Peterson did pitch a couple of innings against the Dodgers, 2 1/3 to be exact, in game 1 of this series last Sunday. The payoff pitch, Ohtani hits it on the ground up the middle. McNeil to his right, can't reach it. It's into right field, a base hit for Shohei Ohtani. Looked like McNeil had a pretty good chance to get to that ball as he ranged to his right, and pretty well found a little hole underneath the glove. And Ohtani's aboard with a leadoff single, and that'll bring up Mookie Betts.
And again, this is Jeff McNeil's first game at second base in a very long time. He had been in there as a pinch hitter, but now he's going to have to move laterally out there as best as he can at second base with Jose Iglesias on the bench.
And so Mookie Betts, who was the star of last night's show, will be the hitter. He went 4 for 6, including a 2-run homer and a 2-run double. Right-hand batter. And the first pitch to him, a fastball outside, ball 1. Mookie Betts 10 out of 36 with 3 homers and 10 RBIs in the postseason. And he's been the everyday right fielder now for the Dodgers. That hasn't been the case all year. Want to know the count? Pitch. Betts hits it in the air to right center field, hustling over. Marte slides, but he can't come up with it. The ball hit him in the leg. Ohtani's going to go to third. Betts to second as the ball's played in by Taylor. And I don't know what happened to Starling Marte in right field, but he was not able to make the play that results in the Dodgers having runners at second and third. Nobody out. I don't know if Marte had some kind of trouble with the lights because they are on, although they're not really taking much effect yet. But it kind of hit him in the heel of the glove, and we're getting another look at it now. It just kind of popped off the glove, and, well, second and third, nobody out for the Dodgers, and it's ruled a double for Mookie Betts.
Now again, where the Mets are right now in their season, they have to make every play.
So here is Teoscar Hernandez, right-hand batter. And the first pitch hit on the ground to short. The runners hold. Lindor up with it. Throws to first in time. 1 man away. So Teoscar Hernandez going after the first pitch. Hit it right to Lindor. And so with the middle infielders having been back and the corners even with the bags, basically Hernandez did what the Mets kind of hoped he would do. Hit the ball sharply if he was going to hit it up the middle. And with nobody out, Ohtani was not going to break for the plate. So second and third, 1 out now, and Freddie Freeman the batter. And the Mets maintain the same positioning with their middle infielders. They are back to the edge of the outfield grass. The corners are even with the bags. First pitch, fastball outside, ball 1. Freeman did not play in last night's game because of his ankle injury. He is 7 for 27, all singles during the postseason. He's only driven in 1 run, but he's handled Peterson well in their previous meetings. The 1-0, swinging a liner to first, caught by Alonso, 2 men away. So now Freeman 5 for 19 with 2 home runs against Peterson. And so, David Peterson by rights should be out of this inning now, and maybe without even a base runner, because remember, McNeil didn't make the play on the ball that went under his glove, and then Betts' double went off of the glove of Starling Marte, but the ground out by Teoscar Hernandez, the line out by Freddie Freeman, 2 men away, and here's Tommy Edman. Switch hitter batting right. He's been a pest. The first pitch, fastball over a called strike, 0-1. That's defensive alignment sponsored by Alden & Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Alonso at first, McNeil at second, Lindor at short, Vientos at third, Nimmo, Taylor, Marte left to right in the outfield, Alvarez catching. The 0-1. On the inside corner, a fastball, and it's 0-2.
Bill Miller back there today, crew chief. He can be very open sometimes with that strike zone, which would help a Mets team looking for a little bit of help.
Peterson ahead of Edman, 0-2. Ohtani at third, Betts at second. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And that umpire's lineup brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health. Let's be healthy together. In addition to the crew chief, Bill Miller behind the plate, Jordan Baker at first, Jeremy Riak at second, Mike Malinsky at third, Marvin Hudson on the left field line, Nick Lentz, the umpire, on the right field line. 0-2 to Edman, the outfield around towards right. Peterson deals. In the dirt, nice block by Alvarez. It was a slider that was about a 59-footer, and Alvarez playing it softly, allowing it to simply hit him in the chest protector. And it rolled right close to him, directly in front of the plate. 1-2 to Edman. He's gone 11 for 34 in the postseason with 8 RBIs, 2 for 6 last night. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Peterson pumps his fist as he gets Edman on a high fastball, and that is an immediate lift for the Mets as the Dodgers had second and third, nobody out, and failed to score. Middle of the first inning, the Dodgers nothing, and the Mets coming up on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go Mets! Gin and Juice by Dre and Snoop, a proud partner of the Mets. It's a ready-to-drink premium seltzer that comes in 4 gin-based all-natural flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot. Only 3 grams of sugar and 130 calories. Make these playoffs memorable with Gin and Juice, and cheers to a victory.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Hey, New York fans! Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed.
What's up, baseball fans? The series is shifted. The NLCS is being played at Citi Field, and the Mets have home field advantage hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please take a second to hit that like button down below so we can get more fans of your team here chatting it up, having a good time, cheering them on. Now, as well, you can share this link out. Please click that little arrow with the share and put it out on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Let's get more baseball fans here in the chat hanging out at the best place to watch the NLCS right here on YouTube at Toronto Sports Insider. Now, enough of that. Let's get back to the baseball. Cheers to all of you. Good luck to your team.
A live performance by the Temptations. You hear a little snippet of My Girl, which was performed about 15 minutes ago in honor of the man coming to home plate for the Mets right now, Francisco Lindor, who has made that his walk-up song this year. The crowd has been singing it, along with their MV chants for Lindor, their MVP chants. And this crowd already somewhat stoked by the events of the top of the first inning, because you can make the case that David Peterson got 5 outs in the top of the first. Didn't get any help from his defense, but the Dodgers had second and third, nobody out, failed to score, so now Lindor steps in against the 29-year-old right-hander Jack Flaherty, whose first pitch is on the way, and it's right down the middle, a called strike, 0-1. Now, the Mets did absolutely nothing with Flaherty in Game 1 of the series, which the Dodgers won 9-0. The 0-1 to Lindor, breaking ball low, 1-1. He'll throw that knuckle curve a lot. Flaherty went 7, gave up just 2 hits, struck out 6, walked 2. And the 1-1 to Lindor. Breaking ball down and in, the knuckle curve again. And it's 2-1. Lindor 11 out of 43 altogether in the postseason with 2 homers and 7 runs batted in. He's 0 for 6 in his career against Flaherty. Muncy, the third baseman, off the line and even with a bag. The outfield maybe a step towards right against Lindor. Flaherty's 2-1 pitch. Swinging a liner to right, that's a base hit. So he got a slider on 2-1, rips it on one hop to Mookie Betts, and the Mets have the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the first inning as Francisco Lindor delivers the first Mets hit of the game, sponsored by River Spring Living. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. So Lindor aboard, Brandon Nimmo the batter. And if you think, and one thing the Mets really haven't done because they have trailed so much in this series is run. Now consider who's behind the plate for the Dodgers, Will Smith. First pitch to Nimmo taken high, a fastball, ball 1. Will Smith tied for the major league lead in attempted base stealers thrown out. He threw out 32 of them this year. Well, we'll see if the Mets try to push the envelope a little bit here. Medium-sized lead for Lindor at first, but a throw over. Flaherty thinking the same way, and Lindor dives back in. Brandon Nimmo playing on that plantar fasciitis, which has become noticeable when he's gone back on balls, particularly one hit for 2 runs last night. The 1-0 on the way, a fastball taken outside, 2 balls and no strikes. That came in the 4th inning when Mookie Betts doubled against Jose Butto, and under better physical circumstances, Nimmo undoubtedly would have at least kept the ball from going to the wall and maybe saved 1 run there. But it's 2-0 to Brandon. Flaherty deals, and a fastball in for a called strike. It's 2-1. Defensively for the Dodgers, Freeman is at first, Kike Hernandez at second, Edman at short, Muncy at third, Teoscar Hernandez, Pages, Betts left to right in the outfield with Will Smith behind the plate. 2-1 to Nimmo. Flaherty deals. Breaking ball outside, ball 3. Well, he went to the knuckle curve and missed. And Nimmo ahead of the count here. 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, Lindor not much of a lead at first with Freeman holding. Now Flaherty deals 3-1 and is way outside, ball 4. So now it's the Mets who are open for business here in the first inning, as the Dodgers have that second and third nobody out chance, failed to score. And if the Mets have been energized by that, it is certainly understandable. And Mark Vientos dropped down to the 3-hole today, will be the batter after the first Mets walk of the game, brought to you by Total Orthopedics. The experts are getting you back to being you. So now Vientos. And what a postseason he's had, trying to get the Mets on top. First pitch, breaking ball, spins over the outside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. Last night, Ohtani homered leading off the game. And then the second batter in the bottom of the first was Vientos, and he evened it right up. 0-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss at a slider away. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Vientos, 17 strikeouts in 46 at-bats, but he has 17 hits. He's driven in 12 runs. 0-2 the count. Now the pitch. Breaking ball outside again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's already tied the Mets record for most RBIs in a postseason. 1-2 the count. Now the pitch, breaking ball hit high in the air to left field, pretty deep. Teoscar Hernandez back, he'll have a play, makes the catch at the edge of the track, and the runners will hold as Lindor broke a few steps down the line but comes back. And so back to first as well goes Nimmo. 1 man away, Pete Alonso will be the batter.
Tell you what, that flyout looked a lot like Alonso's flyout to left in Game 3. And again, this is a spot where the Mets, of course, are facing elimination, but hits with men on, men in scoring position, they have not found that seemingly all series or anything outside of Game 2. So these are big right now for the Mets because they feel like they've had the traffic over the first few innings of all these games, just not the big hit.
Counting that fly out, they are now 4 for 30 with men in scoring position in the series, and all 4 of those hits came in Game 2. So here's Pete Alonso, right-hand batter. Flaherty deals, and a slider in for a called strike, 0-1. it is impossible to ignore the possibility this might be Pete Alonso's last game as a New York Met. They have to win here to push the season to Los Angeles. The 0-1 on the way to Pete. The breaking ball low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Whether the season ends here in L.A. or perhaps in Cleveland, the Bronx, or back at Citi Field, with Pete unsigned, there is certainly a good chance that he is in his last days as a Met. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch to him. Inside with a sinker, ball 2. So Flaherty not as sharp early on here as he won in Sunday's series opener. Former St. Louis Cardinal, first-round pick, and went to the Tigers. Dodgers got him at the deadline from Detroit. The 2-1 lifted in the air to right center field and deep. By his back, still going. It's going to go. Home run! Pete Alonso, a 3-run homer right in front of the 7-line army to the right of the 408 mark. Alonso with his 4th postseason home run, and the Mets are leading by a score of 3-0. And whereas over the first couple of games here at Citi Field in this series, the ball did not carry very well, that one did. And it was actually caught by someone in the 7-line army just to the right of the batter's eye. And so the Mets survive the Dodgers, 2nd and 3rd, no out top of the 1st. Alonso goes deep, 3-0 New York.
I'll tell you what, Pete got every nook and cranny of this thing. That was 114 miles an hour off the bat. It went 432 feet. I don't care where you play, you hit a ball like that, it's going to get out of here.
So here's Jesse Winker in the first pitch to the DH today, taken for a called strike, 0-1. Now immediately when you get 3 runs up early, as the Mets just did, now you start thinking about how the rest of this thing can play out, never mind just this game. The 0-1 on the way, pulled on the ground towards first, fair ball. Freeman's got it behind the bag, underhands to Flaherty covering in time, and there are 2 men away. But the Dodgers, in all likelihood, if this series goes to Los Angeles for a Game 6, would use a bullpen game in that 6th game. Not definite, but it's certainly a possibility. They would have Walker Buehler on full rest available for a potential Game 7. And so the Mets know that if they can get some runs early here, force the Dodgers to go to their pen. Starling Marte, the batter, takes low outside, ball 1, and then maybe they've got a bullpen game 48 hours from now, and the complexion of this starts to change a little bit. Well, the Mets with their first runs of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Heating Oil. 1-0 to Marte, curve hit on the ground, foul down the third base side. It's 1-1. Stay warm this winter and lock in a low flat rate today. Call 866-OIL-DEAL. 3-0 New York. 2 out, nobody on. Last of the first. Flaherty into the overhead windup, delivers. Swing and a miss at the slider. And the count 1-2. So Alonso knocked it out of the park. Sponsored by Chopra and Nocerino, the exclusive personal injury law firm of the New York Mets. Flaherty already 22 pitches into this first inning. And the 1-2 on the way. Lays off a slider low and away. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And in Game 1 of this series where Flaherty was terrific over 7 scoreless, that was the one game where you go, the Mets just didn't look like themselves. They flush it. So this is really the real them against Jack Flaherty.
If ever they needed to flush stuff, it was the last 2 games here. The 2-2. Fastball hit towards first, fair ball. Going down the line, it caroms off the jutting stands, so Betts has to chase it down in short right field. Marte goes to second, he'll hold there with the Mets' 3rd hit of this first inning, a 2-out double. And the Mets are doing everything against Flaherty here that they did not do in Game 1.
That's what Brandon Emma was talking about last night. You know, that's the one game in this series where they said they felt a little bit rusty. And Flaherty did everything he could against them. I mean, he was virtually untouchable, and he's looking a lot more human today. And the Mets are taking legitimate at-bats this time around against him. And whatever the game plan was last time, again, they flushed that. And this time around, Flaherty a little less sharp. The Mets a little bit more on the attack.
So here's Tyrone Taylor, who's had kind of a rough postseason. First pitch, breaking ball low, ball 1. Taylor just 4 out of 30 with 1 run batted in. And he's got a runner in scoring position here. Mets have been looking for that hit with men in scoring position. Alonso sure delivered it. The 3-run homer. Now Marte's at second. And the 1-0 to Taylor fouled back to the screen. A big enough swing that Taylor's helmet pops off his head. And so the count 1-1 as we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth. Proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And the earlier the Mets can potentially get into the Dodgers bullpen, the more ramifications that could have later on. The 1-1 off the outside corner, ball 2. Of course, whenever you get into a Game 7 situation, and we're a long ways away from that, everybody's on call. The Mets would love to push that bullpen around today, knowing they'll have a bullpen game Saturday. 2-1 hit on the ground foul down the third base line. 2-2, actually Sunday is Game 6 if necessary, and then Monday would be the potential 7th game if necessary, and the Mets are off to an early start of trying to make them very much so. It's on 2-2 to Taylor. 7th man to bat in the inning. Here's the pitch. Low and away with a slider, ball 3. Taylor usually a very aggressive hitter, showing some of the restraint and patience there. That's been the hallmark of the Dodgers in this season and particularly in this series. So full count now, and Flaherty will deliver pitch number 30 on 3-2. It's on the way, and it's pulled on the ground foul over by the Dodgers dugout.
Tell you what, when you get a starting pitcher to throw 30 pitches in an inning, let alone the first inning, that's a win. But when you've already tagged him for 3, Dave Roberts has got to be thinking, the wheels are starting to turn now in his head about how he may have to dip into that bullpen really, really quickly here with Flaherty off to start this game.
So 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. He spits on the slider. So Jeff McNeil will be the 8th man to bat in the inning. Runners at first and second, 2 out. 3-0 New York, and Mark Pryor's on his way to the mound. The Dodgers pitching coach is going to pay a visit to his pitcher, Jack Flaherty.
I'll tell you, look at this series, too, with Yamamoto pitching last night, Buehler the night before, and it doesn't feel like the Mets didn't get after the starter like they're doing right here. They did. They just didn't have the big hit, so it's just more traffic today against the Dodgers starter, and Alonso finally has a big hit, his first home run of this series, his first RBI of this series. So now, finally, the Mets offense gets that big hit, and now how much more can they do in this inning and for the rest of the game?
Well, you know what? The events of this first inning have allowed the Mets to do something people were wondering if they'd been doing enough of and would be able to do today, and that is simply relax and take patient, quality at-bats. There's just no way to emphasize any more just how much of a lift it had to give this club when Peterson got to that second and third no-out jam in the top half. So here's McNeil, and a breaking ball hit in the air to left, slicing towards the line. Teoscar Hernandez over, and he makes the catch to retire the side. But the Mets sent 8 men to the plate in the first inning. They scored 3 runs. There were 3 hits. No errors, 2 men left. And at the end of 1, the Mets 3, the Dodgers nothing on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the...
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you, the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888 Mad Dog 6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the Sirius XM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the Sirius XM app and search Mets.
This is Odyssey Mets.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Field, a reinvigorated Citi Field after the Dodgers did not convert, score after second and third, nobody out on the top of the first, and then in the bottom half, Pete Alonso, perhaps playing in his last game as a Met, probably heard that. Said, "It's not going to be my last game as a Met." They drilled a long home run to right center field with 2 aboard to make it 3-0. Peterson ended that top of the first by striking out Tommy Edman, and the first Met strikeout of the game is sponsored by Berkeley College. Take a swing at your future with one of their certificate or degree programs. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu. So, see if the Dodgers can muster something against Peterson, who by rights probably got 5 outs in that first inning. Facing Enrique Hernandez, his first pitch is a fastball outside for ball 1. Hernandez 2 for 5 in last night's game on an RBI infield single in the third inning. And the 1-0 pitch, taken high, 2-0. He is 9 out of 26 with 2 home runs in the postseason. He has always been a really good postseason performer, particularly in the power department. 2-0 pitch. Fastball outside, ball 3 pops out of the mid of Alvarez. Enrique Hernandez averages a home run every 13 and change times at bat in the postseason. In the regular season, it's 29% of the time. So postseason Enrique, a lot different. The 3-0, he takes outside, ball 4, and well, that's certainly not what you want to do after you get 3 runs. To go up 3-0 is walk the leadoff man, but boy, those walks. And it's been kind of a perfect storm in this series because the Dodgers walked more times than any team in the National League. In fact, only the Yankees walked more often in the majors, and Mets pitchers have walked more batters than any staff in the National League. And has it ever manifested? Here's Muncy, and Max Muncy takes a called strike, the sinker, and it's 0-1.
Well, Muncy has 8 of the walks in this series, which is insane, as this is the first plate appearance of Game 5 for him.
0-1 the count. Vientos way off the line at third, and the 0-1 breaking ball in the dirt. Nice stop by Alvarez. It's 1-1. Max Muncy had a streak of 12 straight times on base during this series. He's been on base 13 of his last 18 plate appearances. He's got 3 home runs. 1-1. Now the pitch. Fastball over a called strike. So 1-2 strikes on Muncy. Will Smith on deck. And the fans way more into it now than they were really even when the game was about to begin. Trying to help Peterson through here. 1-2. The pitch upstairs with a fastball, 2-2. Now, Peterson's pitch count is going to require some scrutiny because he is at 24 now without a batter having been retired yet in the second inning. He hasn't started since the end of September, but they think he's good for around 80 pitches or so. Here's the 2-2. And there's strike 3 called. He got him with a sinker, and Muncy knows it. Immediately heads back to the dugout. Second strikeout for Peterson. 1 away, Will Smith coming up. And I guess you would probably say, and none of this is set in stone, that the longer Peterson goes in this game, the less chance there is of Kodai Senga coming out in a relief role. Will Smith, the batter, tossed to first, and Hernandez is back standing. And remember, if the Mets can get through this game and push the series back to L.A., every pitcher you save today gets an extra day's rest because there's no game tomorrow. So it's huge in a lot of different areas. Pitch to Smith. Fastball taken high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Some of the guys who worked in bulk last couple of nights. Buto, 2 innings. Last night, Maton, an inning and a third. Maton bounces back fast. The 1-0 lifted in the air to right, moving to his right. Marte, and he makes the one-hand catch. 2 men away. Andy Pages will be next. So the Mets are in a situation where they probably are a couple of arms short in the bullpen today. So again, the further that they can push Peterson and the more that he can deliver, the better. And so Andy Pages, who's just 1 for 10 in the postseason, will be the batter. Right-hand hitter. He's got power. Peterson sets of the letters. First pitch, taken high. A fastball, ball 1. Scoreboard update, sponsored by a local Honda dealers. Contact 1 for a great deal today. Yankees and Guardians tonight in Cleveland. After the dramatic win for the Guardians last night, they'll try to even the series up. The 1-0 taken off the inside corner. And the count 2-0. Luis Gil for the Yankees. Gavin Williams for Cleveland. 3-0 Mets. 2 out, top of the second. Kike Hernandez, the runner at first, being held on by Alonso. Outfield around towards right, the 2-0. Swinging a looping pop-up behind second. It's going to fall in for a base hit. Hustling over to third is Hernandez as the ball is played back in. And Andy Pages is on at first with, might have even been a broken bat single. And so that little flare brings the power of Ohtani to the plate as the tying run.
Tell you what, in any game, let alone the playoffs, you're up 3 early, it's a good feeling. But when you're playing the Dodgers, after what we have seen from them all series long, you start to think about how many outs, 27 outs, is actually against this lineup. And they were denied in inning number 1. Peterson worked his magic. He's going to have to do the same thing here in the second inning with first and third.
Ohtani singled against him to start the game. The outfield straight away and deep. First pitch. In the dirt, goes to the backstop. It's going to score a run. Hernandez comes down the line to score from third. Pages goes to second on a wild pitch to Ohtani. The Dodgers are on the board. The Mets lead is cut to 3-1.
This pitch just skipped in the dirt right in front of Alvarez's glove. He tried to make the grab, but it was just a spiked sinker at 94 miles an hour, one of Peterson's hardest pitches. And tough for Alvarez. He didn't really use his body, used his arms for that. And it just snuck by and gives the Dodgers a free run.
Well, it also got another man in scoring position now with Pages at second base. Ohtani the tying run at the plate. Each team 3 hits already. 3-1 New York. The 1-0 pitch. Ohtani takes a fastball low. Ball 2 with Mookie Betts on deck. So Peterson now at 32 pitches. The wild pitch cost him. The Mets threw more wild pitches than any staff in the league, too. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball down and in. He holds his swing. It's 3-0. And you'd better believe that if it's someplace he likes it, Ohtani will be swinging 3-0. Peterson staring in. Brings the hands together. Checks the runner at second. Still staring. Now the 3-0 to Ohtani. He takes it, and it's in for a called strike, a sinker. So it's 3-1.
Well, the Mets have tried the pitch to Ohtani. That sometimes doesn't work. Pitch around Ohtani. Well, that didn't work either yesterday. He walked 3 times, scored 3 times. So you got to still try to go right at him.
And Ohtani calls time. Looks like he got something in his eye, as opposed to simply taking a routine timeout. Well, he's still poking around in there. Now he gets back in the batter's box, and he still can't make it. He's still having some issues as he bends down. And finally, you kind of wonder what took so long. Dave Roberts and the Dodger trainer come out. And basically the home plate umpire, Bill Miller, just shooed them away. Said he's okay, let's go. That's weird. 3-1. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. Big cut at a changeup, and it's 3-2.
I'm sure the Mets are thinking, if I had something in my eye, would Bill Miller give me that long? I don't know. Only Ohtani, I guess.
Or the network. 3-2 the count. You know, they're 9 batters away from Ohtani coming to the plate. Peterson's payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. He went with a sinker. So Ohtani, representing the potential tying run, goes to first. Jeremy Hefner, the Mets pitching coach, comes out of the dugout, and Mookie Betts will be next.
And again, with Peterson today, we've already seen he has a lead, but there's been traffic in both innings for this Dodgers team that is certainly not going to let its foot off the gas today. And for Peterson, he has done a better job of trying to attack early and get strike one. But the reason that he's throwing more balls than strikes is when you do get ahead, you get into that mode of, wow, I got ahead. I'm now 2 strikes on these hitters. How do I put them away? Well, Ohtani, 2 strikes first time around, singled. 2 strikes on him second time around, walked him. He does have a couple of strikeouts. He's going to have to try to do that here against Mookie Betts, who yesterday mentioned all those Ohtani walks. Well, the reason that Ohtani came in most of the time was the 4-hit day yesterday by Mets behind him, driving him in.
So now Betts, who doubled to right his first time. Mets were in L.A. early in the year. Mookie was playing shortstop. Right-hand batter, first pitch to him is off the outside corner, a curve, 1-0. And then the Dodgers came back here in May, and Mookie played 2 games at short and another one at second base. And he's been in the outfield since not too long afterwards. Here's the 1-0. Betts pops it up, outside first, playable, foul ground. Alonso makes the 2-hand catch, and that retires the side. Dodgers score 1 run on 1 hit, no errors. They leave 2. And in the middle of the second, it's the Mets 3 and the Dodgers 1 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
The bottom of the second is the perfect time to brew up a cup of your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment.
Cheers, baseball fans! Now is the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where are you watching the NLCS from? Let us know. International, put out your flag emoji in the chat. Let us know what city and state or city and province you're watching in if you're here in North America. And let's have some fun. This is the best part of the night when we get to see how far out our reach goes throughout this planet. Thank you for being here. So glad that all of you could join us from all corners of the globe. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's have some fun and chat it up. What's up, insiders? Oh my God, I gotta fix my my green screen over here. What is going on? My camera's like all shifted here. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Big shout outs in the chat. We got LA in the house. We've got New York in the house. Of course, with both the Mets and the Dodgers playing in this one. Look at that. We got Julissa in Orlando, Florida. I love it. Florida in the house. Lots of New Jersey as well. Wayne, Matthew, thank you for hanging out with us from New Jersey. Ontario, California. Hey, Ontario, what can I say? Toronto, Ontario, the best city in the world. But you might disagree with me if you like where you live in Ontario, California. Absolutely love it, Jason Borges. I see this guy in my dreams now. That's hilarious, man. That's awesome. Pensacola in the house as well. Absolutely love it. There's Venice, California. Terry Bussain, thanks for hanging out with us as well. There, Gordy. The worst baseball playoffs I've seen in 40 years. Man, I've seen a lot of baseball playoffs a lot worse than this in the past 40 years. Now let's get back to the baseball. Cheers, Todd Lapp. Cheers, all of you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Good luck to your team.
The Mets lead the Dodgers 3-1 here going to the last
series is shifted.
They forced Dodgers starter Jack Flaherty to throw 32 pitches in that first inning when they sent 8 men to the plate. So it'll be Francisco Alvarez, Francisco Lindor, and Brandon Nimmo to do the hitting here against a 29-year-old from Burbank, California. Pitches at home, grew up a Dodger fan. He's out of Harvard Westlake High School. And that's the same school that's produced Lucas Giolito and Max Fried, Pete Crow Armstrong, the former Mets first-round pick, now with the Chicago Cubs. Families of actors grew up there. What was it, Giolito? What was it? Giolito's grandfather played Susan Ross's father on Seinfeld.
Love that.
Here's Francisco Alvarez, drills the first pitch in the air to right. Betts hustling, reaches, can't get it. It's going to roll to the wall, and Alvarez has an extra base hit. Picked up by Betts. He flings it back in, and on the first pitch of the last of the second inning, Francisco Alvarez is standing at second with a 2-base hit.
Well, 12 games now in the postseason for Alvarez. Finally on time for the fastball. finally his first extra base hit. And again, he's hitting ninth, so that's where the Mets are saying we're not asking you to carry the offense, but when he's had moments, he has not come up with his best swing. This is a pretty good swing to beat Mookie Betts over his shoulder.
You know, I was talking to Glenn Sherlock, the Mets catching coach, before the game, and he's kind of irritated at all the focus that's been placed on Alvarez's struggles offensively, because he says there are a lot of guys in this lineup who haven't been hitting. Pitch to Lindor, taken outside, ball one, but he feels so much heat is being placed in really inordinate fashion on a 22-year-old who has, again, according to Sherlock, so much on his plate because we give him so much. The 1-0, breaking ball hit deep to right field, down the line, gone if it's fair. It is a foul ball into the Coca-Cola corner, just by a few feet. It's a long strike, and it's 1-1.
I'll tell you, this 2024 season, I think the Mets, talking about building the pole up, well, they need to move it to the right a little bit, because Nimmo has reached that area many times this year, and Lindor almost hit one fair, but the Mets keep pulling it foul down that side.
1-1 the count. Alvarez leading from second. Flaherty deals, and a liner down the left field line, slicing foul and out of play. So the count 1-2. You can wear what the players are wearing on field during the postseason. Check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more. Visit MLBshop.com for your Mets postseason gear. 1-2. Pitch to Lindor. Swinging a high fly ball to right. It's deep. Betts is back on the track in front of the fence. He makes the one-hand catch. I believe his back grazed the right field fence. Tagging at second and going to third is Alvarez. So Lindor made a bid twice in that plate appearance for a home run. Just missed both times, but it's a productive out. Moving Alvarez to third with one out. The Dodgers are going to move their infield in for Brandon Nimmo.
Again, as much as the Dodgers have made noise, the Mets certainly have the lead, but they continue here after a very good first inning to put together strong swings against Flaherty.
So with the infield up, here's Nimmo. Walked and scored his first time. First pitch on the way. Breaking ball down and in, ball one with Mark Vientos on deck. Dodgers not only can afford to up 3-1, but they have to push Flaherty about as far as they can in this game. Because right now the plan tentatively is for them to go to a bullpen game if there's a game 6. The 1-0 taken below the knees. It's 2-0 to Nimmo. This being Friday, if it goes to a 7th game, you never know. Maybe they ask Flaherty to pull a Hershiser and come out of the bullpen to get an out or two. Tell you one guy who won't do that for the Mets today. 2-0 pitch to Nimmo, popped up behind home plate, third base side, and it's going to reach the seats. So a foul ball in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. But as far as any Mets possibilities to make a surprising cameo appearance on the mound in this game, well, forget about Sean Manaea. He was ruled out earlier today by Carlos Mendoza. But again, Carlos will be as creative as he needs to be depending on how this one goes with the Mets in must-win situation. 2-1 to Nimmo. The outfield straight away. Flaherty deals. Fastball hit high in the air to center field, not terribly deep. Pages lines it up. Alvarez tags. Pages makes the catch. Alvarez will stop as the throw comes in on the fly to the catcher, Will Smith, and there are 2 men away.
Pages has a really great arm. That's one of the reasons why he was a young call-up over James Outman this year, and that's why Mike Sarbaugh and Francisco Alvarez were on the same page. They're not going to test it. The reason why is you don't want to run into an out when you have Mark Vientos coming up next.
Yep, Vientos flied out to left his first time, and Pete Alonso had the big 3-run home run. Moves into the on-deck circle, or well, somewhere near it anyway. Nobody's ever in the on-deck circle anymore. Pitch to Vientos. Breaking ball low and away. Ball 1.
Remember when Adrian Beltre was told to go to the on-deck circle and then he dragged it over to where he was standing?
Which is one of the great bits. If you couldn't get a laugh out of that.
Well, the umpire didn't. He threw him out.
Well, but the whole point is it was one of the funniest bits we've ever seen, and nobody could really enjoy it. The 1-0 breaking ball taken off the outside corner. They check the swing at first, and no swing, says Jordan Baker. 2-0. And when I was growing up, guys would literally kneel. They'd be on one knee in the literal on-deck circle. Maybe with a weighted bat, towel, pine tar rag. 2-0 pitch, breaking ball, tapped foul, third base side. Now you never have coaches in the coaches box. You never have guys in the on-deck circle. What's happened to this game?
Just suggestions at this point about where to stand and sit.
2-1 to Vientos. Mets 3, Dodgers 1. 2 out, last of the second. Alvarez at third. Flaherty deals right down the middle for a called strike, but Flaherty fell down a bit in his follow-through. Actually slipped down to a knee. I don't know if he stumbled. I don't think he stumbled at the landing spot as much as he just lost his footing. Says he's okay. No further attention paid, and the count 2-2 to Vientos. So Flaherty sets. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit high in the air to center, not deep, and playable for Paez. He makes the one-hand catch, and that retires the side. Mets get a leadoff double from Alvarez, but he is stranded at third. And at the end of 2, it's the Mets 3, the Dodgers 1 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
Let's go, Mets!
What? Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The MLB postseason. Expect the unexpected.
Manzardo with a drive. Stanton and Judge. Home runs. A back-to-back. Ohtani swings, and it's a missile to right field. 2-run home run by David Fry. Big one in Cleveland.
Hear expert analysis of the postseason now on MLB Network Radio. Sirius XM 89. And get the full schedule of postseason games at SiriusXM.com/MLB schedule.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favorite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app, now available for all subscribers.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Series. Mets have a 3-1 lead over the Dodgers. Their plan is, if they win tonight, rather than fly out tomorrow, they will fly out this evening, which means an overnight flight, of course. But with tomorrow being an off day, the entire traveling party will have that day to regain their wits about them and then steal up for Game 6 and perhaps even Game 7, but they're nowhere near Los Angeles yet. They're a lot farther than 3,000 miles away. 7 innings under these conditions, that covers a lot more mileage than 3,000 miles, Keith.
Yes, it does, before we get a chance to maybe go to see the Hollywood sign tomorrow. Who knows what's on the docket for the potential off day in La La Land. But right now, Teoscar Hernandez leads off against David Peterson, 3-1 Mets. The big swing so far, the Alonso 3-run bomb to straightaway center. Peterson peering in over that black mid, has his sign, winds and fires. And dots the inside corner with a fastball to get ahead of Hernandez, 0-1. Behind Teoscar, it's Freddie Freeman and then Tommy Edman, second time through against Peterson. Infield back around to the left. The windup and the 0-1. Hernandez pops it up foul, first base side and into the seats, 0-2. Now Hernandez, after his ground out in the first inning, that was with second and third. That was the first of what would be 3 consecutive outs by Peterson to keep the Dodgers off the board. Hernandez is 0 for 15 in the series. 0-2, a little low with the slider. That's a ball and 2 strikes. A monster regular season for Teoscar Hernandez on that 1-year deal, $23.5 million. He will be a free agent coming up at the end of the year. 1-2, off the plate, sinker, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, herein lies the bit of the issue for David Peterson and the rest of the Mets is, okay, we're at 2 strikes. How do you put these guys away? Hard enough to get them to 2 strikes. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Change up, down and out. Hernandez goes fishing and his strikeout victim, number 3 for David Peterson. Good soft changeup there at 84 miles an hour. Pitch speed sponsored by Spectrum, a connection built for everywhere. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum. So down goes Teoscar Hernandez, who is now 0 for 16 in this NLCS. And here's Freddie Freeman with nobody on base. First pitch left on left. Just missed away with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes on Freeman. And again, in that little trio of hitters with guys on, Freddie lined one right at Alonso at first. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Went right at him with a fastball, and it's 1-1. Freeman, even though he's left-handed against Peterson, does have good numbers. 5 for 18 in the regular season in his history with 2 home runs against Peterson. 1-1. Missed low with a breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike. Yesterday was an off day for Freeman, who tweaked his ankle at the end of September. A lot of people thought that under normal conditions he'd probably be done for the year, but he's been fighting through. And Dave Roberts, ahead in the series at the time last night, just gave him the night off. 2-1. Bouncing ball to first, right at Alonso. He bends to the back to pick it up. Takes it himself in time, 2 down. Now Freddie Freeman, good numbers against Peterson lifetime, but today 0 for 2 as he goes kind of hobbling across the diamond back to the third base dugout. Got 2 up and 2 down from Peterson. Mets ahead 3-1, top of the third. And here's Tommy Edman. It's kind of funny, Freddie Freeman, you rarely see him sit ever. If he's going to be playing with a hobbled ankle, he's going to be playing. Dave Roberts, when he told him he's not playing in Game 4, Freddie goes, "Are you benching me?" Pitch to Edman. Swing and a miss. Sinker. 0-1 to the switch hitter batting right. Well, it's good for Peterson to have benched Freeman twice. He struck out Edman with a high fastball his first time. They'll wind up in the 0-1. Up and in with a fastball, ball and a strike. As we come to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. 1-1 to Edman. Swing a bouncing ball, shortstop hole, base hit. Nemo picks it up in left field and fires back in. So Tommy Edman now 8 hits in 5 games in this series. He is 8 for 19. He's on with 2 outs, and we'll pause. Station ID.
This is Odyssey Mets Radio.
You're listening to the National League Championship Series on Sirius XM. Join us after the game on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89.
Lead for the Dodgers in this series, 3-1 lead for the Mets in the game. Here's Kike Hernandez. First pitch, outside and low with a sinker. 1 ball and no strikes. Hernandez walked on 4 pitches his first time. And again, you want to know how annoying that's been for the Mets. Not only did he get on, but he scored, which has been a theme of not only all the walks, but the result of all the walks. 1-0. Hernandez pops it in the sky, shallow right. McNeil out from second. Marte comes waltzing in from right. He makes the catch, side retired. Peterson, a scoreless third inning as he moseys off the field. 2.5 gone by at Citi Field. The Mets ahead 3-1 over the Dodgers on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull.
Hey you! Yeah, I'm talking to you. Thank you for being here. Cheers to that. We really appreciate you all being here, watching this game, hanging out with us, making a difference in our sports community. Just by being here, a portion of our proceeds does get donated to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. So thank you for being here and chatting it up. I just had to stop the action to show that I really appreciate every single one of you that are here listening to this game, watching this game, chatting it up, having a good time. So please, if you can, share the link out. Let's get more of our friends here to chat it up, and let's get back to the baseball. Thank you all again. I appreciate it. Cheers, everybody. Good luck to your team.
For energy projects, ELEC and the operating engineers 825 are ready to get to work building our bounce back.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Throw in some music.
We can watch the game. Or we could keep it simple.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Wendy's new Saucy Nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Step up to the plate with Mets Connect, the New York Mets loyalty program. Join now for free at MetsConnect.com to earn points and enjoy exclusive benefits. Mets will step up to the plate here, bottom of the third inning, ahead 3-1 on the Dodgers in a must-win, do or die. Of course, the Dodgers win, they're going to the World Series. The Mets win, they're going to L.A. to play Game 6 against this team on Sunday. And the Mets off to a good start thanks to Pete Alonso's 3-run homer. And Alonso leads off in the third with Winker and Marte to follow against Jack Flaherty. And again today, as we say, do or die, must win for the Mets. If we've learned anything from this team over the last month, it is at the moment where you believe the least is the moment that they seem to come through. And today definitely felt like one of those days in this city until Alonso went deep his first time. Pitch, chopped foul off his foot, and count 0-1.
Remember, he's the guy that saved their season in Milwaukee.
And that was another moment of this season that, again, amazing magic happened, but the feeling of magic, why it is such an enormous thing that some of us will never forget, is because of the perils of the opposite. That was Alonso batting, 1 out, 2 outs away from elimination, down 2 runs. 0-1 to Pete. Fouled off, back to the screen, and the count 0-2.
You know what, Keith? I think it's also partially the character of this group, knowing that this group is having its one kick at the can, because it's going to be a different-looking team next year. There's no getting around that.
Who knows what color threads Alonso will be wearing, if he'll be back here or not. 0-2 to Alonso. Check swing, ball in the dirt. He did not go. And a count, now a ball and 2 strikes. And yeah, Nimmo will be here. Lindor will be here. Vientos will be here. Alvarez. Marte, Taylor. There's some names that'll be here, but a lot of pitching. Who will be here next year for the Mets? And who'll be playing first base? 1-2. Grounded foul down third. Over by Mike Sarbaugh. Picks it up. Turns and flings it high over the net. Into somebody probably wearing a Pete Alonso jersey, hoping he gets to wear it here next year. Alonso had his first home run of this series in the first inning. 1-2 from Flaherty. High and outside, a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, that Milwaukee game, the games in Philadelphia where the Mets in that first one against Wheeler were down for the entire game. Felt like, well, this one's going to belong to the Phillies. They came back in that one too. 2-2. Just missed away, tried a backdoor sinker, and the count full. Flaherty in this outing hasn't struck out a soul. 52 pitches, nobody out in the third. Winds and fires the payoff to Pete. Low and away, he walked him. So Alonso with a leadoff free pass sets the table for Jesse Winker. And Mets baseball brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact the dealer for a great deal today, or visit tryhondadealers.com. Already up 3-1. Mets with the table set here in the third. And here's Winker. Grounded out to the right side his first time. A left-hand hitter. First pitch to Winker. Outside. Ball 1. Now Winker with great numbers against Flaherty. That goes back to the NL Central days where Flaherty was wearing a Cardinal jersey. Winker wearing a Cincinnati Reds uniform. 8 for 21 during the regular season. 5 extra base hits against Jack Flaherty. 1-0 off the plate. He missed again. 2 balls and no strikes. Antoine Richardson is talking to Pete Alonso, who you would never think would be a base stealing participant, but he's 2 for 2 in the postseason. You never know. Flaherty ready to go on 2-0. Here comes. Breaking ball low. Ball 3. And again, Marte on deck, then Taylor and McNeil in the bottom of the lineup. Now, Winker's certainly going to pick out a good one. Probably green-lighted on 3-0, especially with his numbers against Flaherty. Just sees him well. Flaherty's pitch. Off the plate, a 4-pitch walk. And so as much as the Mets have walked the Dodgers all series, the Mets have now walked 4 times against Flaherty, including back-to-back walks to open up the bottom of the third. 2 on, nobody out for Marte, and here comes Mark Prior again. Mark Prior, the pitching coach for these Dodgers. And again, you talk about the job Dave Roberts has had to do this year. Well, Mark Prior, a pitching coach, is only as good as some of the names that he trots out there every 5 days. Every single day in his case has had to deal with basically a ton of injuries. The only healthy guys remaining, Walker Buehler, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Jack Flaherty, who right now is feeling it in Game 5, unlike feeling it in a good way in Game 1, where he went 7 scoreless. Mets couldn't touch him in Game 1. As that meeting wraps up on the mound, a look out to the bullpen. Anthony Banda, the lefty, getting up in that bullpen for the Dodgers. Again, no lead is safe against LA. Mets know that, especially when you're down 3-1. Can never take your foot off the gas, but when you have a moment to really let it rip, like the Mets do now, they got to let it rip. Nobody out, 2 on. Corners in against Marte. Hernandez and Edman back up the middle. Flaherty set. His pitch. Bonchon pulled back. Breaking ball, strike. Flaherty ahead, 0-1. Marte doubled down the right field line his last time, but could be moving a runner or the runners over here to set up second and third for Taylor behind him, but who knows. Pitch. Takes all the way and takes inside. He kept the bat back, wasn't showing bunt, and it's a ball and a strike. Now the Dodgers are not convinced. They still have Freeman in at first and Muncy at third. Other thing, too, Mets have not tested Freeman defensively in this series with that hobbled ankle. Flaherty set, the 1-1. Marte rips it down the left field line. That is a base hit going to the corner. Alonso rounds third. He will score. Winker chugging. He's heading around third. He's coming home. The throw to the plate, not in time. 2-run double, Starling Marte. 5-1, Mets in the third. They are not done yet. They've added on against Jack Flaherty. 2 doubles today for Starling Marte. Nobody out in the third inning. Mike Sarbaugh sent Pete Alonso, and then to take a good look, Sarbaugh stepped on the third baseline and sent Winker. And you know where he sent Winker? I think Sarbaugh was basically on the field. Winker ran around the third base coach. You never see that happen. And Winker came in to score.
Better be careful not to make contact. Coach cannot make contact with a runner when the ball's in play.
First pitch to Taylor. He stings one left center field. Hernandez over to his left. Makes a running catch. Picked it out of the sky and now fires back in. Now Taylor stung that one, but it hung up enough for Hernandez. That's the first out, but think about how loud of an out it was against Flaherty. So runner at second base, that's Marte, the hero of the third inning so far. 5-1 Met lead. Trying to stave off elimination. Trying to get on that plane and force a game 6. So very early with a big 5-1 lead. Here's McNeil. First pitch. Popped up foul out of play behind third. The count 0-1. Well, Anthony Banda has since sat down, and again, he's the only lefty in that bullpen for the Dodgers. Well, here's McNeil, a lefty. Well, not going to use him now, and a couple batters away, you have Nimmo, a lefty. Well, they're going to stick with Flaherty here. 0-1. Little number towards short. Edman charges. Runner crossing over. Edman fires to first to get McNeil for the second out, and Marte gets the third. So McNeil, a little tapper off the top of the bat, is retired. This brings up Francisco Alvarez, who last time up shot a double right over Betts' head in right field. Again, for Dave Roberts, with Jack Flaherty, he's in a spot too where Carlos Mendoza's been a little bit in this series, where you're down a little bit bigger than you'd like. You might as well stick with the starter just to get innings. First pitch. Breaking ball hits the outside corner, strike one.
And again, worth pointing out, even though there is the off day tomorrow, there is very much the specter of a bullpen game being necessary for Roberts and the Dodgers in Game 6. He's trying to save a few if he can early.
2 outs, runner at third, 5-1 Mets. Pitch to Alvarez. Hit hard. Base hit left field between Edman and Muncy. Marte scores. 6-1 Mets. 2 banged balls today by Alvarez. This one brings in a run. And the 22-year-old is 2 for 2 here today against Flaherty. That's a response today for the Mets. Well, certainly as this series unfolded the last 2 nights in their own building, they've been worked by this Dodgers team. And with their backs fully against the wall, they have punched back and have a 6-1 lead. And here's Lindor with a runner on and 2 outs. 65 pitches for Jack Flaherty. You wouldn't recognize him from Game 1 with what's happened here today. First pitch. A little bit low, missed with a fastball, ball 1. So Lindor is going to hit for the 3rd time. And we're here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's a pretty good start for any leadoff hitter. The 1-0 on the outside corner, a fastball strike, and it's 1-1. You can hear this crowd singing My Girl by the Temptations. And Lindor switched to that song as his walk-up, coincidentally, during that fateful Dodgers series at the end of May. The 1-1. Ripped down the right field line. Base hit, disappearing to the corner. Alvarez round second, heading for third. Betts trying to fish it out. Alvarez getting waved around. He will score. Lindor to third. A stand-up triple. It is 7-1. New York Mets in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Lindor's second hit. He's at third. This place is on its feet here at Citi Field.
Wonder what the Temptations have booked for the next few days. Maybe they want to get on the charter with the Mets and do a couple of gigs in Los Angeles.
Now Betts bobbled the ball in the corner. We can't see down that line deep into the corners, so who knows how they score this. But Lindor's at third nonetheless, and here's Nimmo with 2 outs. Pitch. Breaking ball low. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, they have ruled it a triple for Lindor, his first playoff triple. 2 for 3 in the game. A righty Flaherty's 1-0. Up and away, 2 balls and no strikes. And now it's starting to be, it's kind of a statement for Dave Roberts to Flaherty's at 70 pitches in the 3rd inning. Not through it yet. Nobody up in that Dodger bullpen. When the Mets walked into this series, okay, we're going to see Flaherty, Yamamoto, and Buehler. All 3 have taken their lumps at times. Not a terrifying starting rotation. But the Mets hadn't really come up with a big hit. Well, they've had big hit after big hit after big hit today against Flaherty. The 2-0. Ripped to the right side. Base hit. Here comes another run. Lindor trots home. It's 8-1 Mets. Nimmo with a banging line drive over Kike Hernandez. A single to right. What an inning for the Mets. They've scored 5 times against Jack Flaherty. And still nobody up in that bullpen.
I guess Flaherty was briefed before the game about exactly what the Dodgers needed. And within that conversation, every potential scenario must have come up. But this guy's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. And of course, the Dodgers can still win this series and go on, but it's a weird message.
First pitch to Vientos, bends down and away. 1 ball and no strikes.
How much of a beating do you want to let him take?
This is the 9th man of the inning that he's going to face. 72 pitches. Mark Pryor was on the bullpen phone, but nobody moved. Bullpens are empty in right center. 1-0. Down and in, off the glove of the catcher Smith to the backstop. Nimmo springs for second. He is there without a throw. Should be a pass ball against Will Smith. We'll see. But in any event, Nimmo is now another potential runner in scoring position. Already 8-1 Mets, 3 in the first. A 5-spot slap here in the 3rd. Vientos 0 for 2, a couple of deep flyouts. 2-0. There's a strike outside corner. It's 2-1.
It is a pass ball, by the way.
Thank you. Infield is back. Flaherty just dying to finish this inning. 2-1. Vientos hits a ground ball to short. Edman to his left, scoops it up, whips it over in time. Vientos is down, but the Mets are up and up big. 5 runs cross this crowd at Citi Field, comes to its feet. The Mets will go to the 4th inning with an 8-1 lead over LA. In a do-or-die must-win for the Mets on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Where do you go?
As Dave Matthews Band makes their way into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
There's a lot of good company in there.
Dave Matthews shares the artists that inspired him most.
I haven't checked to see if they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Encoring all week on DMB Radio.
Sirius XM Channel 30.
Or listen anytime on the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Scotty Scheffler is the Masters champion.
The biggest events in golf are on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Mets.
Miss a little bit. It is 8-1 Mets as we go to the 4th. 4th inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. To donate your car today. A 3-run first inning behind a Pete Alonso 3-run homers, so certainly one big swing and a lot of big swings for the Mets in that 3rd inning. A lot of punctuation marks too. They just wouldn't stop. They sent 9 men to the plate, 5 runs on 4 hits. The 2-run double by Marte was huge. The Lindor RBI triple also huge, and that triple is tonight's Speed Report, powered by Verizon, the network New York City relies on. So seemingly everybody getting involved for the Mets, except for Mark Vientos, which is kind of funny because Mark Vientos seemed to be the only guy with a heartbeat here in this series. Well, Lindor had been scuffling a little bit. Same with Nimmo and Alonso, but those 3 guys have come up. Vientos is 0 for 3. So a monster 7-run lead now for the Mets pitching staff. David Peterson will see Max Muncy, Will Smith, Andy Pages 7, 8, and 9. First pitch, lefty to lefty. Up and in. Muncy spins and twists the chin out of the way. That's ball 1. Muncy struck out looking his first time. Peterson went right at the guy that has been such a pest for the Mets. Well, one of many for this Dodgers team. But again, Muncy set that single postseason record. The 1-0 in tight. That was also close. And Muncy gives a little stare to Peterson. That's 2 balls and no strikes. Remember the first one, he turned his chin around. This one was in tight near his body. The windup and the 2-0. Down the middle for a called strike. Muncy took all the way. Again, Muncy had been on in 12 straight plate appearances, setting a single postseason record. Reggie Jackson did something similar, but that was across 2 postseasons. 2-1, a little bit low and in with a changeup. 3 balls and a strike on Muncy. And now the bullpen is up behind Jack Flaherty. Brent Honeywell warming up for the Dodgers. 3-1. Reached for and grounded foul. Pulled to the right side. 3-2 on Muncy. Honeywell, a name that you would expect to see during a bullpen game. And if this should go to 6 in L.A. Sunday, you'll probably see Honeywell, but he's warming up now. Payoff. Once he grounds one weakly up the first baseline, going to be a tough play. Alonso glove flip to Peterson, who makes the bare hand catch and steps on the bag. David Peterson and Pete Alonso with some theatrics for the out at first base. The shovel, the bare hand, the 3-1 put out, one out in the fourth.
And the athleticism, particularly on Peterson's part, to get there barehanded, find the bag with as minimal amount of stress as possible on a play like that.
Peterson will never really show that much emotion. He couldn't fight a smile after that. That was a gorgeous play on both ends. So now Will Smith, first pitch. That's a little bit high with ball one. Well, that's the defensive play of the game, sponsored by Sun Cruiser Hard Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. Crack one open, let the good times cruise. 1-0 to Smith, right down the chute. Are called strike, and it's 1-1. 8-1 Mets. Top of the fourth, base is clear, one out. Infield back, here's the 1-1. Smith takes outside a sinker, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Well, again, even though it is a 7-run lead, the Dodgers scored 10 yesterday, 8 on Wednesday, 9 in game 1. They have that in them. 2-1. Misses high, 3 balls and a strike on Will Smith. And the other thing, too, about the Dodgers you have to remember, even though it's really been the Mets offense that has been the story, it's not as if the Dodgers are playing or hitting poorly. Got a lot of traffic against Peterson. 3-1. Strike on the inside corner, 3-2. The guy that is running the Dodgers is Dave Roberts, who knows all about putting the pedal to the metal in a clincher. Under Roberts, the last 7 clinchers, the Dodgers are 7-0 in games like this. They don't mess around. Payoff. Popped him up. Foul ground, first base side. Peterson comes over. So does Alonso. It's Alonso making the catch for the second out. Well, I think these two may enjoy the temptations as part of a duo here. They want to get together on every single out in this fourth inning. Now, Peterson is an athlete. He's a big basketball player, no pun intended, in high school, growing up in Denver, Colorado. 2 up and 2 down for him here. Trying to post a shutdown top of the fourth after the Mets scored 5 in the bottom of the third. Here's Andy Pages. Lefty to righty, first pitch. Pages gets into one to deep left. Nimmo looks up. This one is gone. Dodgers answer back with a solo shot by their 9-hitter, Andy Pages. Peterson gives up the bomb. The Met lead is now 8-2 in this fourth inning. And some fans in that lower level of seats right above the party deck, the 370 mark, fire that ball back in. Pages, the slow trot, just now stepping on home plate. You can hear, I think, Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, is yelling no, 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 because as Pages got to home plate, I think Alvarez was maybe jawing at him. That's what I think. I saw Alvarez's head moving up and down. Pages took a very slow trot down 8-1 after that homer. So here's Ohtani. Pitch. That's popped in the air. Shallow left. Nimmo coming in. Going to be a tough play, and it dunks in. A base hit for Ohtani the other way. A 2-out single. And after the home run, now a blooper. And Ohtani has been on all 3 times. And these Dodgers are never going to make it easy.
Well, I'd be surprised if Alvarez was taking exception to the Pages home run trot, because let's face it, we've seen Francisco Alvarez pimp a home run with the best of them. So,
absolutely.
I don't understand why, given his propensity for doing something a little more flamboyant than what Pages did, Francisco would have taken exception.
Here's Mookie Betts. First pitch is outside with ball 1.
That's why you have to listen to the postgame show. These little nuggets are gold, and they come up.
Betts tonight, double and a pop out. He's 1 for 2. Had a big day yesterday. Throw over to first. Bouncer that's rescued there by Alonso as Ohtani dove in head first. Safe without a tag. Alonso was more preoccupied with saving that ball from going down the right field line. And again, the other thing, too, about Dave Roberts is even though he's wearing Dodger blue right now, his big moment in history was stealing second base for the Red Sox, who were down 3-0 to the Yankees in 2004. 1-0 outside, 2 balls and no strikes. And so Dave Roberts, who took advantage of a team that got a little complacent up 3-0, stole a big bag for Boston. That's why his message is still the same thing to his team. And now the Met infield's going to come together on the mound to talk to Peterson, and Fox just showed a replay.
Yeah, and there was some jawing, and at one point after Pages crossed home plate and Alvarez said something to him, Pages put his index finger to his mouth as to say, wow, I wasn't talking. But so who knows, I mean, how far back this might go, if there was something else a lot less obvious. But, you know, again, if Francisco is taking exception to the Pages home run trot, that to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because, again, Francisco pimps home runs with the best of them. He doesn't just put his head down and run around the bases either.
So meeting on the mound is over. 2-0 on Betts. Runner at first, 2 outs. Pitch downstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. So the Mets are up 8-2. And Reed Garrett has now picked up a ball in that Mets bullpen. David Peterson had 70 pitches. He's also had to work over these 3+ innings. His pitch. Mookie takes all the way. It's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. 3-1. So 2 quick outs, one of Muncy, one of Smith. Then the Pages homer, the bloop hit by Ohtani, who leads off first. 3-1 on Betts. The pitch. Fouled back behind home plate. And to the 300 section to a right. And now the count 3-2 on Mookie. 3 doubles in this series. Had a home run yesterday. Peterson trying to put him and the Dodgers away here in the top of the 4th. LA's already crossed 1 in this inning. Payoff pitch. Just missed high with a curve. Tried to snap it down, but it stayed up. And now Betts earns a walk with 2 outs. And again, with the Dodgers, we've been talking about who's going to start this game, Peterson or Senga. Well, it's not about who starts, but who pitches the middle and who pitches the back end and then the last 3 outs, because it's going to take 27 outs to beat the Dodgers. They just will not die, despite the fact that they have been hit in the mouth early, 5 runs in the 3rd. So 8-2 Mets. Here's Teoscar Hernandez. 0 for 16 in the series. 2 on, 2 out. Peterson a deep breath and the pitch. Way outside, ball 1. Well, Creed with special guest 3 doors down and Mammoth WVH Friday, November 29th at Madison Square Garden. Tickets on sale now. Ticketmaster.com. 1-0 on Hernandez. Peterson fires. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by him at just 89 miles an hour. And it's 1-1. Now Peterson, who has been coming on in relief, is scheduled for about 80 pitches. So he's at 74 right now. 2 on, 2 out. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Hernandez late picking up the sinker on the outside corner. And it's 1-2. If the Dodgers are going to grab a couple here and there, they're going to do that. Peterson going to make sure that it's not going to happen any further in this 4th inning. Towels waving at Citi Field. 2 on, 2 out. Top of the 4th. Pitch. Misses high with a fastball. 2-2. Freddie Freeman is on deck. And so what does Carlos Mendoza do? Should it get that far? Reed Garrett can face lefties. Mets have done that before. Ohtani at second. Betts at first. 2-2 coming. Tapper hit foul at the 3rd base line. That was the sinker on the inside corner, and it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Teoscar Hernandez against Peterson. 0 for 2 today. Did take him deep once in his career. Peterson comes set, looking for a big pitch. 2-2 coming. Off the plate, a changeup. And now it's full, and this may be Peterson's last batter. 78 pitches. Struck out 3 already. He has walked 3. Ohtani hops off second, Betts off first. 3-2 pitch, runners go. It is high, ball 4. And the bases are loaded. Here comes Carlos Mendoza. In a game where you score 8 runs in the first 3 innings, you figure, all right, well, that's a good start. Well, until the Dodgers walk in. Bases are loaded for LA. 2 outs. Freddie Freeman coming up. It is 8-2 Mets. Reed Garrett coming in. And this pitching change to get David Peterson is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
Top of the 4th inning continues, and the Dodgers have knocked out now David Peterson, who does last 3 2/3, but his line is very much still open. Again, Peterson retired Muncy and Smith to start the inning, the 7 and 8 hitters, and then Pages hit the home run. Ohtani a blue hit, back-to-back walks to Betts and Hernandez, and Peterson out. In comes Reed Garrett to face Freddie Freeman. The Mets have, if you would call it, under normal circumstances, a comfortable 8-2 lead, but you can never get comfortable when you are on the brink, literally, of elimination, and the Dodgers have loaded the bases still very early in this game, and the Mets will have to ask their bullpen for a whole heck of a lot of outs. First one out is Reed Garrett. Bases juiced, 2 outs. Infield back swung around to the right. Freeman 0 for 2. First pitch. High and away, 1 ball and no strikes.
And I think it's fair to suggest now that Kodai Senga might be an option once this game goes to the 5th inning, because they're not going to use him in the middle of an inning. He's going to need time to warm up. So I would look for Senga to make an appearance before too long.
Mets infield is back around to the right. The outfield playing the other way against Freddie Freeman. The 1-0. At the letters, a called strike. 1-1. Now, the reason why you don't stick with Peterson, the lefty, against Freeman is because you feel good about Reed Garrett's splitter, which even for a right-hander is a weapon against lefties. Bases loaded, 2 out. The 1-1 off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. And again, that was 98, some gas, but a ball outside. And this Dodgers team, as we've been reminded of many, many times, does not stretch even a millisecond or a millimeter of the zone. Ohtani at third, Betts at second, Hernandez at first. 8-2 Mets in the top of the 4th. 2-1 pitch. Punch foul the other way. 2-2. That was right behind Dino Ebel, the third base coach, and in toward the camera well at the far end of the third base Dodger dugout. Towels waving at Citi Field. Lights are on here in Flushing. Garrett looking for a big out of Freddie Freeman, and he steps off. Hernandez off first, Betts off second, Ohtani off third. The 2-2 pitch. Chop foul first base side, a little bit up the line. That was the sweeper, and it's 2-2. Now, as this game goes on, both teams will be in the bullpen. Jack Flaherty is done after 3. That's not official yet, but the fact that Brent Honeywell, who was throwing, is still throwing, is usually a signal that Flaherty, who's been knocked around, is done. But can the Mets hold on to this big lead? Bases loaded, 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch to Freeman. Low, and it's 3-2. That was that splitter that certainly Garrett knows is a weapon, but the rest of the league, and especially the Dodgers, know to spit on that pitch. Garrett brings the hands together, bell high. Mets ahead by 6. 4th inning, bases loaded for LA. And Garrett steps off for the second time. So that's 2 disengagements, which is actually a pretty big deal with a runner at third base. But now Garrett quickly comes set. Infield back, runners lead. A long hold. Now the 3-2. Got him looking outside corner, snapped over a sweeper. Reed Garrett barking off the mound as he strands the bases loaded. And the Mets keep their 8-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the 4th. 1 run for the Dodgers on 1 hit, but the bases left loaded. Middle of 4 in Game 5 at Citi Field. The Mets up 8-2 on the Dodgers on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis?
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
Route 17 North in Ramsey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN number RM716202. MSRP $28,730. APR $2778 per $1,000 financed. Ends 10/31/24.
Are you or a loved one living with Crohn's, colitis, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or a chronic health condition that requires IV medication? Check out ThriveWell Infusion. Say hello to state-of-the-art private luxury suites. ThriveWell Infusion understands that it can be stressful when receiving an infusion, but it doesn't have to be. At ThriveWell, you'll be provided with exceptional care, comfort, compassion, and convenience. Visit us at ThriveWellInfusion.com. That's ThriveWellInfusion.com. Saving lives, drip by drip.
Bottom of the 4th inning at Citi Field here in Flushing. It is 8-2 Mets, which again would feel good under normal circumstances if this was kicking back your feet in July. But in Game 5 of this NLCS, where the Dodgers lead the series 3-1, so the Mets must win. The Dodgers just left the bases loaded in the top of the 4th. But for the Mets, their offense has certainly set the tone and the table for this game. They have scored 8 runs and scored all 8 over 3 innings against Jack Flaherty, the same Jack Flaherty that shut him out over 7 innings. But Flaherty is out of the game, and here is Brent Honeywell, who is a big stabilizing force out of the bullpen in Game 2. He's kind of a bulk reliever. He's the right-hander that, if you were with us on Monday in LA, pitched Game 2. He's the guy that throws the screwball. So Honeywell comes on. He'll see Alonso, Winker, and Marte in this home half of the 4th. Already a lot of these guys third at bats. First pitch to Alonso. Grounded foul over near the third base dugout. The count 0-1. So Jack Flaherty is probably his toughest start in a long time. Certainly his toughest start in a Dodger uniform. Came over at the trade deadline. 8 runs, 8 hits, 3 innings. 0-1. Hit him. Up and in. Got him on the arm. Now Alonso wore that on the left arm and now flips the bat. Drops the elbow guard. He's a strong guy with some tough biceps, and he needed it right there. It's a leadoff hit by pitch, and now Pete has been on all 3 times. At the most painful of the 3. First one was the 3-run homer. And he walked in the 3rd, came around to score. And is now on here in the 4th. The Mets have had a base runner on in every inning, and here's Jesse Winker. In fact, you can close up both lines on both starters. David Peterson is done. 2 runs over 3 2/3. 4 walks, 6 hits, 3 strikeouts. Pitch to Winker. Up and away with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Tell you what, even looking at Peterson's line, that is a line that the Mets starters have handed in over the last few days. And the Mets have not fared well the last few days. But that's what happens when you score 8 runs in the first 3 innings. The 1-0. Popped in the air third base line. It slices away from Hernandez and back into the crowd. 1 ball and 1 strike. Scoreboard update brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the new scratch-off games for a chance to win. Gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. The ALCS Game 4, it's coming up at 8:08 Eastern Time. Yankees and Guardians. Yankees lead that series 2-1. Game 4 coming up at Progressive Field. Honeywell set his 1-1 to Winker. Missed in tight. Winker shoots the elbows up and takes for ball 2. Gavin Williams pitching for the Guardians tonight. For the Yankees, the young guy Luis Gil. Winker walked and scored his last time. Again, last time up for the Mets. 5 runs, 9 men came to the plate. The 2-1, right down the middle, a screwball, and it's 2-2. And again, even if you're ready for it, even if you know it's coming, I'm sure Jeremy Barnes, one of the Mets hitting coaches, has the iPad and says, here's how often he throws it, here's what it looks like. Until you see it live and in person, it is a wicked googly. That screwball that Brent Honeywell has mastered. 2-2. Ripped to the right side, base hit past Freddie Freeman and heading to the corner. Alonso hits second, motoring for third. Betts digs the ball out, fires in. They're going to send Alonso home. The throw from Hernandez, not in time. Alonso scores standing up. Winker's at third. The Mets add on another. They just will not stop tonight with their backs against the wall. It is 9-2 Mets in the 4th. Winker with a triple to right past Freddie Freeman. And there's still nobody out for Starling Marte. Alonso getting on his horse. Betts had a little trouble going over to get that ball. It looked like it almost got tucked under the wall. Pitch to Marte. Swing and a miss and a slider, 0-1. Now this is certainly a statement game for the Mets, just to simply show the Dodgers and the rest of baseball, who, of course, everybody else has been home watching these games for the last few days. The Mets can hit. Just haven't seen it for the last few days. 0-1. Down low with a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Mets had the fewest triples, I believe tied with Atlanta. Fewest triples of any team in the National League, with 14 for the year. And they've had triples in each of the first or last 2 innings here.
The 1-1. Marte flails over a screwball, and it's 2 balls and a strike. And for Jesse Winker, that is his second triple of the postseason. Remember, he had one in Milwaukee in that wild card series. And Winker, I think, is going over how he hit that triple with Max Muncy playing third base right next to him. 1-2. Bouncing ball up the middle. Edman to his left, slides to knock it down. Throws to first in time to get Marte for the out. Winker stays home at third. So a ground out from Marte, who had been swinging a hot bat tonight with 2 doubles. Takes his first offer, but passes the baton to Tyrone Taylor. Don't miss a moment at Citi Field 2025. Get the best seats for the biggest games with the Mets season ticket membership. To learn more, visit Mets.com/memberships. Mets back in front, 9-2. 7-run lead with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch right down the middle, a slider. 0-1 on Taylor. And again, a lot to be determined in this game with certainly how well the Dodgers offense has clicked. Mets are doing what they can to simply outscore and outslug the Dodgers. 0-1. That hit him in the shoulder. There was a screwball, 81 miles an hour, that faded into the righty, and Taylor took it. But these Mets fans just getting a little restless and maybe a little defensive of their hometown team. Honeywell did not mean the first one, and definitely did not mean this one. But now for the Mets, first and third, 1 out for the lefty McNeil. Now the biggest issue for the Mets was simply keeping the Dodgers off the bases, keeping them off the bases for free, and then when they get on, keeping them from scoring. And worrying about that more than worrying about scoring runs of their own. But they have scored big runs tonight. Pitch to McNeil. Hits the outside corner, a screwball. And a count 0-1. And again, should the Mets force a game 6, you're talking about momentum shifting with a win today and then an off day tomorrow where you'd have to sit on it if you're the Dodgers. 0-1. Popped high in the air, third base side, angling toward the seats and out of play. And the count 0-2. And 3-1 for any team like the Dodgers feels good, right? We need just one win, but team fighting. Just need any opening. Try to build a little bit of momentum. And what the Mets have done so far is not just momentum, but I'm sure the Dodgers are raising their eyebrows, finally going, okay, this is the team we heard about. First and third, one out. Honeywell spins, throws to first, and Taylor dives back in safely.
And by the way, with the Mets maintaining their big lead here, Kodai Senga is not throwing in the bullpen, even though we're only in the fourth inning. And again, the Mets are in a position with this big lead where they have to start looking ahead to a Game 6 and think about how they'll spread things out.
Honeywell from the belt, 0-2. McNeil drives the ball, deep right field. Pages and Betts going back. Pages to the wall, makes the catch on the run right in front of the bullpen, but it's deep enough to score Winker, who sprints home from third. He scores standing up. Sac fly for McNeil to deep right center, and it is a 10 spot for the Mets. They have a 10-2 lead in the bottom of the fourth. Taylor stayed home at first base, so 2 outs, so 1 on. And here's Francisco Alvarez. So Winker, who tripled and set himself up beautifully at third, comes in on the McNeil. Fly out to right. And here's Alvarez, 2 for 2. First pitch. That's ripped towards short, past the diving Edman. A base hit going to left. Taylor stops at second as Hernandez flings it back in. Francisco Alvarez has walloped 3 pitches tonight. He is 3 for 3. Double, single, single. That's been the Mets all night. They have now sent 6 men to the plate. Lindor represents number 7, batting for the 4th time in 4 innings. I'm sure some of these Mets fans are thrilled to see this, but are probably going, where was this yesterday and Wednesday? Because the Mets have been doing this a lot of this year. Honeywell set, the righty to the lefty. First pitch. At the knees, a called strike, 0-1.
One thing about the last 2 games here, you can't look at it with much regret about what happened that might have turned the game around. The Mets really weren't in those 2 games, so it's not as though they left, other than that bases loaded situation last night, a whole lot on the table.
0-1. Fouled off the mask of the catcher. It's 0-2 on Lindor.
Obviously, the first inning trades of home runs between Ohtani and Vientos, but as both games developed and the Dodgers widened their lead, it's not like you could say, oh boy, the Mets really blew an opportunity to go to L.A. with the lead in this series. Just got beat 2 in a row, and that's what's happening to the Dodgers here.
First and second, 2 outs, 0-2. Lindor hits one softly right side, caught at second by Kike Hernandez. He flips to first just in case, but he did catch it on a fly, a low sinking line drive, and that retires the side. But the Mets add 2 more runs. RBI triple Jesse Winker, sac fly Jeff McNeil. The lead grows even bigger. 10-2 men lead over the Dodgers. We go to the 5th in New York City on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM.
Let's go, Mets!
We're back on the track Sunday.
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the South Point 400 from Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Yeah!
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer! Yeah!
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. How impressed are you with what you've seen with Caleb Williams?
He's definitely made some progress. He's playing with a good defensive team, so they really don't have to go out there and score 40 points every week to win. But he's done a better job of taking care of the ball and making plays when he's had the opportunity to make them and not put himself in a compromising situation.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new Sirius XM app.
In 2024, Scotty Scheffler led the PGA Tour in victories, scoring average, prize money, birdies per round, mug shots, greens and regulation percentage, putting average, second round scoring average. Listen to 2024, the year of Scotty Scheffler, Thursday, November 28th at 7 a.m. on Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio, channel 92 in the car and on the Sirius XM app. Should I keep going? Approach from 150 to 175 yards. Par 4 birdies.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
Well, a fairly frenetic first 4 innings here in Game 5, where the Mets need a win to stay alive in the series. The Dodgers lead the NLCS 3-1. The Mets have dropped 10 runs over the first 4 innings and lead the Dodgers 10-2. And even though Reed Garrett comes on after getting the final out in the 4th inning, where the Dodgers had the bases loaded, Mets still, Howie, I don't think can feel quite comfortable at all. Certainly not until they see that 27th out come in and this game finishes on their end.
I think what's going to be really interesting, Keith, is how they divvy up the pitching over these last 5 innings. They do need 15 outs, and Kodai Senga is certainly a possibility, but I wonder the longer this goes, if they're more likely to hold him for a potential Game 6 when they'll be every bit as desperate as they are right now. Tommy Edman leads off. He'll bat left-handed against Garrett. And Reed comes to the belt. His first pitch is in for a called strike, a sweeper, and it's 0-1. Peterson lasted just 3 2/3 innings. Jack Flaherty lasted only 3. You can't look more polar opposite than Flaherty did in each of his 2 starts in this series. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Big cut by Edman at the split. And it is 0-2 in this 5th inning. Is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our future. And the Mets can still look at the 2024 season and see a future beyond these 15 outs. If they get to Game 6 on Sunday, Sean Manaea will be good to go. The 0-2, little bit low to Edman, 1-2, another split. And if it does come down to that, the anticipation right now is that the Dodgers are going to go with a bullpen game. And just think about the edge the Mets might have there, looking at the pitching matchup in that fashion. The 1-2 in the dirt, bounds away from Alvarez. It's 2-2. Well, Mets are in a position here where they can steer this potentially to a 7th game, where the Dodger team that's got everything to lose, and the Mets have, by the way, vehemently taken objection to the thought that they're playing with house money. They're not just happy to be here. 2-2. Here's the pitch to Edman. Breaking ball in there. Strike 3 called. He got him with a sweeper. And Garrett has struck out the 2 batters that he's faced.
And those tears in Atlanta after the Mets clinched a spot with Lindor and Nimmo. Again, tell those guys, they're just happy to be here. They don't care about how far they go. I don't know about that.
No. With every run the Mets score in this game and with every eye that turns towards a Game 6, the pressure tightens on the Dodgers a little bit. Here's Hernandez. That's Kike Hernandez swinging over top of a sinker. And the count 0-1. I don't think you'll have to hold any benefits for the Dodgers, though. This same cast of characters will have their home crowd and, dare I say, their own PA system behind them. The 0-1 to Kike Hernandez, popped up foul outside first, charging over Alonso. He slides, comes up short as the ball goes in and out of the camera well.
I was having such a great time so far, Howie, and then you brought up the PA system at Dodger Stadium, and I can feel my body wincing whenever the thing is turned on.
I can feel my ears going full Vincent Van Gogh. 0-2 to Hernandez. That might be the only way out. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball, popped up foul, coming back this way. And lands downstairs. I mean, they've been loud here. I'm not going to say that they haven't tried to ramp the decibel level up as much as possible, as long as you have the Queens crew involved. They're going to try to split your eardrums too. Why, I don't know. The 0-2 fastball inside. I believe it hit Hernandez, and Alvarez wants to know if he swung the bat. He did not. And looks like Kike Hernandez has been hit by the pitch.
A lot of guys have been hit on both sides now. Remember when David Peterson was throwing to Max Muncy? He didn't actually hit Max Muncy, but he threw 2 that buzzed by him. And Muncy shot him a look. And it gets to a point, even if neither side really means to, where these hitters get frustrated. And in a game like this where it's, again, 10-2, right? Huge advantage for the Mets. You don't want any match to light and get the Dodgers back in thinking that this is any more personal than it already is.
So Hernandez walking very slowly down to first base. And again, the batters that the Dodgers, and specifically Honeywell, hit in the fourth inning, Alonso, Taylor, there appear to be any logical content. Certainly the second one to Taylor is a breaking ball or the screwball. But by the same token, you start getting these many guys plunked, and you saw the words we talked about between Alvarez and Paez, and maybe there is something brewing. And here is Muncy. Garrett deals a fastball outside for ball one. We're coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We're in the top of the fifth, the Mets leading 10-2. Down in the series, 3-1. And now the 1-0. Swinging a high pop-up behind home plate, might be playable. Alvarez near the screen on the dirt, runs out of room. Lands just beyond his reach, bouncing off the cement in the front row. And a little scramble for the seats down for the ball down there. With a count 1-1 to Max Muncy. Power Report is sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Paez, a home run for the Dodgers. Alonso, the 3-run homer in the first inning for the Mets. And it's a 10-2 game, but this game really changed complexion early in the first inning. You're late to the party, and here's the 1-1 taken outside by Muncy, ball two. The Dodgers had runners at second and third, nobody out in the first inning. But David Peterson came back to get the next three. That reinvigorated the crowd. And then Alonso hit that 3-run homer in the first, and the Mets were on their way. 2-1 to Muncy. Now the pitch. Swing on a foul straight down off his leg, and now Muncy's hobbling around as that ball caromed all the way out to Garrett at the mound. And the count 2-2. So Peterson lasted only 3 2/3. Gave up 6 hits and 2 runs, walking 4, striking out 3. Threw a wild pitch, allowed a home run. His time being allowed to Muncy here after fouling that ball off his leg. Now the question is, how much of the bullpen can the Mets preserve? Again, both teams will have the benefit of the travel day, even though the Mets are going overnight. I think the Dodgers are too, but an off day tomorrow. 2-2 pitch. Swing on a foul, rolling to the backstop. Line of demarcation in this season for the Mets came against the Dodgers on the 29th of May. And ironically, that was the date on which David Peterson, recovering from off-season hip surgery, made his first start of the year. Pitched reasonably well. 2-2 to Muncy, taken outside ball 3. Peterson went 5 in that game on the 29th of May. Gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. And that, though, was the day when the Dodgers broke it open late. Jorge Lopez was ejected from a game, hurled his glove into the stands. That season turned around almost immediately thereafter. Payoff pitch to Muncy, lifted foul into the seats downstairs behind the third base dugout. So Peterson made his first start against the Dodgers on really the last day of the worst of the Mets season. And now Peterson, even though he only lasted 3 2/3, a piece of a game designed to save the Mets season and point them westward again. 3-2, Garrett with a payoff pitch. Way outside, ball 4. Kodai Singh has been walking around in the Mets bullpen. Looks like Kodai is going to begin to loosen up. Jeremy Hefner is on his way to the mound. There may be somebody else out there at the moment, too. It's Ryan Stanek.
We saw some video of Kodai Senga throwing a weighted ball against the sidewall over there with the jacket on. So he's, again, you don't know how long this warm-up period might be for somebody like Senga.
Right, but it's by design. I mean, he's not up just getting loose on his own. I think that's with an eye towards eventually getting into this game, but he needs time, more than most. So, meeting at the mound with Enrique Hernandez now at second, and Max Muncy having drawn the walk on at first. So that's 5 walks allowed by Mets pitching in this game, plus the hit batsman. Power Report, sponsored by Bill Vince's Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Talks about the homers by Pages and Alonso. 10-2 New York in a game that we don't have that pace of the game read, do we? It's probably just as well. We might have annoyed them with the read today. Here's Will Smith, first pitch on the way. Taken for a called strike, 0-1. To be blunt, this game has had no pace. It is nearly 2 hours old, and there's 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Now, the Mets will stay here all night if they have to. Probably not a bad idea. Flying tomorrow would be up. 0-1 to Smith. Garrett deals. Check swing and a breaking ball away. Did not go, and the count 1-1. But we are at the whatever it takes time of the year. One and one to Will Smith. He's got power, but has had a quiet postseason for the most part. The 1-1 on the way. Swing on a pop-up. Foul. Over by the first base dugout. Over is Alvarez for a look, but it's a few rows back. And the count 1-2 on Will Smith. Just 5 hits and 34 postseason at-bats for Smith, who hit .248 during the regular season with 20 homers, 75 RBIs. Dodgers so happy with his work. He earned himself a 10-year, $140 million contract. Celebrated by throwing out more base runners than anybody in baseball this year. Not an easy thing to do with the new rules. Garrett ready. The 1-2 pitch. Swing on a high fly ball to shallow center. Hustling in is Taylor. He'll get there. And as he loses his cap, he makes the one-hand catch for the second out, and the runners hold. Hernandez at second, Muncy at first. Well, the number 9 hitter, Andy Pages, coming up. We'll see if he exchanges any words at all with Alvarez here. They did, as Pages crossed the plate after his home run his last time up. Pages also singled in the second inning. 10-2 New York. Doesn't look like anything going on right now between catcher and hitter. Tell you what else sometimes will rile a catcher. First pitch to Pages, fastball in for a called strike, 0-1. And it might have had nothing to do with the home run trot at all. Maybe Alvarez thought that he caught Pages taking a peek at some point in that plate appearance. Sometimes hitters will do anything they can to figure out location, maybe get a sign from the runner at second where the catcher's setting up. The 0-1, breaking ball, sweeper is high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, if the catcher picks up on that, there could be words, there could be fastballs strategically placed on the person of said hitter. Well, now Garrett steps off. That'll be a disengagement. 1-1 the count. 2 out. We're in the top of the 5th. Hernandez at second. Muncy at first. 10-2 New York. Garrett deals. Swinging a high fly ball to deep left field. Nimmo going back onto the track. He's at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run homer for Andy Pages. His second home run of the game. And the Mets lead is now 10-5. And this just has the feel of a don't go anywhere game, because we're not quite halfway through yet, and the runs are coming in bunches. 10-5 Mets.
Tell you again, Pages did his talking with his bat, and soft little bat flip. He knew he got it. Hanging breaking ball in, stared at it for a second, took a couple of steps, flipped the bat, took his trot. And as he gets back to the dugout, here comes Carlos Mendoza out of the Mets dugout for a pitching change.
It'll involve Ryan Stanek coming on to relieve Garrett. And this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
Discover the excitement at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Come play 1,000 slot machines and electronic table games. Enjoy on-site entertainment, cocktails, and dining. In October, we're giving away $125,000 during Wicked Wednesdays. One winner every hour from 3 to 7 p.m. will spin for their chance at $5,000. 1 point equals 1 entry. Jake's 58, where Long Island wins. If gambling is a problem for you or someone, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 8778. Open or text NY. You can count on our friends at Ridgewood Savings Bank to show you the community banking difference with cutting-edge conveniences and a century-long tradition of award-winning service. Ridgewood is a financial partner you can count on today, tomorrow, and all of the years to come. Whether you prefer to bank at your local neighborhood branch, from home, or on the go, they're always here to help you reach your goals. So let our friends at Ridgewood be the full-service banking partner you can count on to support you in your financial journey. Visit ridgewoodbank.com to find out more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Well, Andy Paez, the hitting star of this game for the Dodgers now, is 3 for 3 with 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. And his 3-run home run has sent Reed Garrett to the showers, as Ryan Stanek will pick up for Garrett. And we'll see exactly what the Mets have in mind about pushing Stanek a little bit here. We mentioned that Kodai Senga had been walking around and starting to do some windmilling of the arm and some exercises to begin to get loose. And he's not been on a mound starting to throw yet. So we don't know for sure if he is going to get into this game or not. But Mets are already on their 3rd pitcher, and they haven't gotten out of the 5th inning yet. Very fortunate to have put up the offense they have today. 10-5 New York, and here's Shohei Ohtani. First pitch, fastball reached for and popped up foul out of play downstairs to the left of home plate. And it's 0-1. Ohtani's been aboard all 3 times. 2 singles and a walk, so 14 of his last 24 plate appearances, Shohei Ohtani has been a base runner. Stanek's 0-1. Swing and a high fly foul. Third base side downstairs. And Stanek ahead quickly. No balls and 2 strikes.
And very interesting. Stanek usually in his effectiveness a 1-inning guy. Maybe you can get an out here, and then the 6th. Then what do you do? Again, there's so much game left to be played today.
They don't have McGill. They don't have Young. They probably don't have Buto. Senga will probably factor in. The 0-2 taken high, 1-2. Danny Young and Tyler McGill in the last 2 days have received real plaudits from not only their teammates, but manager Carlos Mendoza. The 1-2 to Ohtani, popped up foul outside third. That'll reach the seats because they ate up some innings in the last 2 blowout Dodger wins to save the bullpen. Danny Young last night got the last out of the 7th, but faced 9 batters in the 8th, giving up 3 runs. Dodgers were comfortably ahead at that point, 10-2, but Young got back to the dugout and said to Carlos Mendoza, I know where you are. I got this. I'll go out again. And the 1-2 to Ohtani taken outside. He holds his swing on appeal to third, and the count 2-2. And Carlos Mendoza really appreciated that because, as we surmised, he was going to get a position player ready, given the size of the lead. But Young handled it. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Stanek blows a fastball by Ohtani. And the Dodgers are done in the 5th, but they score 3 runs on 1 hit. No errors, nobody left. Middle of the 5th inning, the Mets 10, the Dodgers 5. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
What's up, baseball fans? The series is shifted. The NLCS is being played at Citi Field, and the Mets have home field advantage hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please take a second to hit that like button down below so we can get more fans of your team here chatting it up, having a good time, cheering them on. Now, as well, you can share this link out. Please click that little arrow with the share and put it out on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, anywhere. Let's get more baseball fans here in the chat hanging out at the best place to watch the NLCS right here on YouTube at Toronto Sports Insider. Now, enough of that. Let's get back to the baseball. Cheers to all of you. Good luck to your team.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win one of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
When it's game time, it's Tully time. Be sure to check out the famous Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey Bar in center field, where you can grab a game time mule or try the brand new Tullamore Dew Honey and the Honey Surfer cocktail. Tullamore Dew, official Irish whiskey of the New York Mets. Please enjoy responsibly. This is crazy. We're going to the bottom of the fifth inning. Mets 3 in the first, led 3-0. Dodgers got a run back in the second. But then in a 3-1 game, the Mets batted around in the third inning against Jack Flaherty, scored 5 runs, made it 8-1. Dodgers would add 1 in the top of the fourth. Mets came back with 2 in the bottom half, and a 3-run homer in the top of this fifth inning by Andy Pages. The second homer of the game has made it 10-5 New York. Mets batting for the fourth time already. Here's Brandon Nimmo. Honeywell's first pitch popped up foul outside third, might be playable. Muncy over, has plenty of room and makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out, and it'll bring up Mark Vientos. Looking for a supportive community for your mom or dad? One of the River Spring Living senior housing options might be the perfect fit. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org for more today. Got great Yankee bean soup. Here's Mark Vientos, who's 0 for 3. First pitch, breaking ball inside, ball 1. So Vientos, who's been one of the real hitting stars for the Mets in this postseason, has been the only guy quiet and unproductive at all at the plate so far. 2 flyouts and a ground out. The 1-0 hit high in the air, shallow center. Hernandez back, Pages in. Pages the better angle. The center fielder makes the catch for the second out. So Honeywell gets a couple of quick outs here in the last of the fifth, and it'll bring up Pete Alonso.
Again, beware of that quick inning for Brent Honeywell, who is, since he's come in, he's also been hit just like Flaherty was. But you feel like this game's going to be like a basketball game, a slugfest. Just you have to keep outscoring the opposition.
Here's Alonso. First pitch on the way. Pulled hard towards third. Picked by Muncy, sliding down to a knee. Gets up, throws to first in time. Side retired. A lightning quick 1-2-3 fifth for Honeywell. And at the end of 5, it's the Mets 10 and the Dodgers 5 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
To win your fantasy football league, you need to be one step ahead of the competition. And at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, we're giving you the edge you need to take home the trophy.
There are no tight ends that you can count on. We will tell you who to start.
Our experts are doling out start-sit advice, waiver pickups, and so much more to help you win a championship.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Listen right now on Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is James Hinchcliffe from Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Do you love podcasts?
Yep.
Do you have a best friend?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like driving 200 miles per hour in a car with no roof?
Sure do.
Well, then join me and my best friend, IndyCar driver and 2016 Indy 500 winner Alex Rossi.
That's me.
Twice a week for Off Track with Hinch and Rossi on SiriusXM Podcast Network. All year round, we're talking IndyCar, F1, food, travel, and more with some of the biggest names from on and off the track.
So download Off Track with Hinch and Rossi now, available on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
While you're listening to this game
game on Sirius XM. We're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 159.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Mets fans, this is David Stearns, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on Sirius XM.
Well, we go to the 6th inning. Mets know that the plane is all fueled up and ready to go to Los Angeles. The Mets have to hold up their end of the bargain. So far, so good, but there's so far to go, or so it feels, with the Mets leading 10-5, and the Dodgers refusing to go away. And now they've got Mookie Betts, Teoscar Hernandez, and Freddie Freeman to do the hitting here in the 6th inning against Ryan Stanek, who got Ohtani on strikes to end the top of the 5th. So they'll give Stanek this inning, and then we'll see. As we said, the Mets bullpen is kind of thin right now, and so you just have to figure the way things are shaking out, even though he hasn't started to throw yet, that the Kodai Senga is going to find his way into this. You would think. Stanek facing Mookie Betts, who is 1 for 2 with a walk. And the first pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen, a fastball, and it's 0-1. We know that Phil Maton can pitch back-to-back, and in an emergency, even 3 days in a row. Jose Butto can't. Butto went 2 last night, so you know he won't be available. You know Danny Young will not be available. They've used Peterson. The 0-1 to Betts, hit to left field, pretty deep. Nimmo back. This ball is gone. Into the party deck beyond the 358 mark. Mookie Betts has homered. Mets 10, Dodgers 6. And in this kind of game, you can't run out the clock. You've got to pitch it out, and the Mets need to find a whole lot of outs. They still need 12 of them, and the Dodgers are coming back. It is 10-6, New York.
This is unbelievable. I mean, really, it's a race to 15 or a race to 20 or a race to 27 outs, whatever comes first. But, man, think about how well the Mets have hit today, and it still may not be enough right now.
Well, it's a 4-run game. Here's Teoscar Hernandez swinging and missing at Stanek's first pitch fastball, 0-1. I mean, they may need to think about Edwin Diaz for 6 outs in this game. I don't think there's much question about that. He hasn't pitched much. Day off tomorrow. The 0-1 taken low, 1 ball and 1 strike. I think there's hardly any chance we don't see Senga. The 1-1 swung on and missed, 1-2. And again, you look at the remaining arms in the bullpen. Not going to use Danny Young. I think it's highly unlikely that they use Tylor McGill. Can't imagine they'd use Butto after 2 last night. That leaves you Maton and Diaz plus Kodai Senga. And Senga, of course, hasn't pitched since his implosion in Game 1. 1-2 pitch, low outside at Teoscar Hernandez, 2-2. But nobody up on that bullpen mound right now for the Mets.
12 outs to go. Got to cover it.
Each one's excruciating, isn't it?
Yeah, we're finding that out.
2-2 on the way. Well, there's one. A swing and a miss by Hernandez. Strike 3. So they need 11 now. 1 away, and Freddie Freeman coming up.
Again, think about Carlos Mendoza's decision-making. He's talking to Jeremy Hefner, John Gibbons, trying to plan it out. Okay, when do we pull the Diaz trigger? How long do we push Stanek? And then this ball flies out, and that ball flies out, and these decisions are ever-changing now that this is a 4-run game.
Dodgers have hit 3 home runs today, 2 by Pages, the number 9 hitter, and here's Freddie Freeman swinging and missing at a first-pitch fastball at 97. It's 0-1. Freeman lined out to first, grounded to first, and struck out looking. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball, 0-2. And again, just as the fans did last night, they sensed that they'd been taken out of it a bit by the Dodgers, so almost subliminally they tell each other, let's pick up the tempo here a little bit, verbally. The 0-2 rides high to Freeman, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's amazing when fans are on the same wavelength. They don't need to say anything to each other, but they wind up saying the same thing individually. 3 words, let's go Mets. The 1-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. It's a good comeback by Stanek after the homer by Betts. Back-to-back strikeouts. He has 3 now. With 2 out, nobody on. Tommy Edman, the batter, with the Mets looking for 10 more outs. In the scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Shop local, eat global with Food Bazaar Supermarket. FoodBazaar.com. I'll be starting that 4th game of the American League Championship Series within the hour. Yanks up 2-1 over the Guardians. Tommy Edman takes high, ball 1. Luis Gil and Gavin Williams will be the pitchers in the land. The land of Cleve.
Better than the Lou.
You got that right. The 1-0 on the way. That's popped in the air to center. Eminently playable for Taylor. Makes the one-hand catch, side retired. A run on a hit. And nobody left. And, well, if you count down the outs with the bullpen in some flux, the Mets need 9 of them to go to L.A. Middle of the 6th. It's the Mets 10, the Dodgers 6. On Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit UnifiedWindows.com or call 888-6.
Cheers, baseball fans! Now is the time to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where are you watching the NLCS from? Let us know. International, put out your flag emoji in the chat. Let us know what city and state or city and province you're watching in if you're here in North America. And let's have some fun. This is the best part of the night when we get to see how far out our reach goes throughout this planet. Thank you for being here. So glad that all of you could join us from all corners of the globe. Now let's get back to the baseball. Let's have some fun and chat it up.
The new 2024 Nissan Rogue. Now get a low $259 per month lease for 36 months on Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google, Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Well-qualified lessees. 2024 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $47.49 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. Ends 11/4/24.
Here comes the pitch. Foul ball.
For all your home improvement needs, windows, doors, siding, or roofing, visit UnifiedWindows.com or call 888-631-2131.
We go to the last of the 6th inning. Game number 5 of the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers leading 3-1. The Mets leading this game 10-6. The injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. I think the only thing really injured in this game has been zen on the part of however many people might have felt the right to be calm at a certain point with the Mets building their lead as high as 10-2. But the Dodgers on the home run by Mookie Betts in the 6th inning after the 3-run homer by Andy Pages in the 5th have cut it to 10-6. Zen can wait. Jesse Winker leads off here in the last of the 6th inning. First pitch by Honeywell. Taken low, ball 1. Winker is grounded to first. Walked and scored, tripled. Mets have never had back-to-back triples, meaning inning by inning in a postseason game. The 1-0 taken outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, they had the fewest triples of any team in the National League this year. So naturally, they had 2 in consecutive innings.
You cannot predict baseball.
Susan. The 2-0 foul straight back and out of play, 2-1. I don't think she could hear us. But if you open your windows, assuming we get to L.A. on Sunday, you will hear the Dodger Stadium PA. Man, is that annoying. 2-1 to Winker. Swing and a miss. Huge cut at a fastball. And the count 2-2.
Yeah, just that little line is so much about this game. And you walk in today, the Mets were dead to rights, right? 3-1. Dodgers have the series lead. They looked incredible. How can the Mets beat them? Well, the Mets come out and scored 10 runs. And then you just don't know with this game. And you still don't know with this game. It's 10-6.
2-2 on the way. Fouled straight back. So it remains 2-2. But what you really don't know is what the Mets bullpen is going to come up with. And that's been a recurring theme of this year. You know, if anything was going to hold the Mets back, if you looked at it compartment by compartment, it certainly would be the bullpen. So can they get 9 more outs? 2-2 to Winker. Breaking ball down and in. 3-2. And you know what? Senga is not throwing. And
that hit him.
Oh, Winker's been nicked by that pitch, huh?
Just barely grazed him. Hardly even noticed it.
Nobody did until home plate ump Bill Miller pointed to first base. So Winker goes to first, leading off the bottom of the 6th. Starling Marte will be the batter.
And nobody up in that Mets bullpen, which means I guess they're going to push Stanek, who's thrown an inning and a third, even more now to the 7th. That is a lot to ask still.
And maybe then 6 outs from Diaz. Here's Marte, takes on the outside corner, strike 1 called.
Diaz has only pitched that one time in the series in Game 2, and he was the one that was not named by Dave Roberts on purpose last night in the post-game press conference. The one guy we haven't seen in a while.
0-1 to Marte, line to the gap in left center. That's in for a base hit. It's headed towards the wall. Cut off by Teoscar Hernandez. It comes into the infield. Stopping at third is Winker, and going to second with a double is Starling Marte. Marte has 3 2-base hits in this game. And here come the Mets right back. Runners at second and third, nobody out.
Tell you, we've seen Starling Marte all postseason. You go back to the Milwaukee series and the wild card, he would have a quiet but important hit. And then Philadelphia, quiet but important hit. He's been really important. I mean, he has 8 hits in 21 at-bats in this series. That's a monster series for Starling Marte again. Had questions last year. This year was a little banged up. Well, he looks really good right now.
And the Dodgers keep their bullpen quiet. It's one of the luxuries, I guess, of being up 3-1. Pitch to Taylor, breaking ball low, ball 1, meaning up 3-1 in games. They move the infield in here with second and third, nobody out. But again, they are looking at using a bullpen game if there's a game 6. So Dave Roberts not wanting to use another arm just yet. Honeywell about to deliver his 34th pitch, the 1-0. Taylor swings and hits it high in the air to shallow center. Charging in is Pages. He'll get there. Makes the catch in extremely shallow center field. He'll just run the ball back towards the infield before flipping to Freeman, the cutoff man to the right of the pitcher's mound. 1 away.
Yeah, Jesse Winker, as that ball was hitting its apex in the top of the sky, he looked at Mike Sarbaugh and then looked out at Pages, and Pages just kept coming and coming and coming. It didn't change from being a question to be a pretty obvious hold for Jesse Winker at third as Pages caught that ball just outside the infield dirt, it felt like.
Yep, no decision to be made there realistically, especially now the Mets with the advantage of the Dodgers having the infield in, and Jeff McNeil the batter. He's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. First pitch by Honeywell. Swing and a foul into the mitt of the catcher Will Smith. It's 0-1. Talked a lot about Mike Sarbaugh tonight, Mets third base coach. You know, he wears number 86, and he actually has a very loose connection to the 1986 Mets. Very loose. Here's the 0-1 to McNeil. Swinging a foul straight back out of play, 0-2. He was a student at Lamar University around Houston when the Mets and Astros were about to play Game 6. That legendary 6th game of the National League Championship Series in 1986. He got a hold of tickets, asked his baseball coach if it was okay if he could skip practice to go to the game. Coach said yes. Mike Sarbaugh was there. 0-2 to McNeil, reached for and fouled into the seats back behind the third base dugout. Sarbaugh actually grew up outside Philadelphia, not too far away, around Lancaster, in that general area. But he wanted to be at the Astrodome in 1986 for what became one of a handful of most memorable games in the history of the New York Mets, who have made a lot of memories this postseason, and they're itching to make more. Leading 10-6, second and third, one out, the 0-2. McNeil hits it in the air to center, not terribly deep. Pages makes the catch. Here comes Winker. Here comes the throw. It's way up the third base line. Winker scores with a head-first slide. Going to third is Marte, and the Mets now lead 11-6. For Jeff McNeil, his second sacrifice fly of the game.
And again, you have to remember, Jeff McNeil has not played in a very long time, and the only at-bats he had to kind of get loose and get his timing down were in the Arizona Fall League against, pretty okay minor league pitching, but he was there for what it felt like about 15 minutes. He played 2 games, and in this one in particular, the first start that he gets in the playoffs, timing's been good. 2 sac flies, can't argue with that production.
Well, here's Alvarez. You can't argue with his today either. He is 3 for 3. Picking himself up off the mat and having a big night. First pitch to the right-hand batter. Swing and a miss at a slider away. It's 0-1. Francisco doubled in the second to lead off, but the Mets couldn't get him in as there were 3 subsequent fly ball outs. But then he singled in a run in the third, singled again in the fourth. That's about it. The Dodgers 11-8. They lead 11-6. Before a paid crowd of 43,841 emotionally uncomfortable fans. The 0-1 driven in the air to right field, pretty deep down the line, slicing towards the corner and out of play, a foul ball. Probably missed that foul pole by, it was short and about 10 feet to the right of it, but didn't miss by a whole lot. And the count 0-2.
It's pretty good to see, though, for Alvarez. It's not the first time that he's gone the other way. That was that first of the 3 hits, the double over Mookie Betts' head. And, Alvarez gets his knocks for being so overzealous, trying to pull the ball and hit it to LaGuardia over the left field seats. But he's trying to go the other way. He's trying to get his front foot down, turn the hips, stay square to the ball, and try to use the whole field, which has been good to see development today.
0-2 the count. Honeywell, left leg kick deals. Swing on a foul off the hands, going back into the seats downstairs behind home plate. Mets played a totally different elimination game in the final game of the best of 3 wild card series when they were being blanked 2-0 going to the 9th inning. And Alonso hit the 3-run homer. They won 4-2. And went to Philadelphia, beat the Phillies in 4. 0-2 to Alvarez, and on the ground to short. Edman is up with it, straightens and throws in time. Side retired, but the Mets tack on a run. 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. The end of 6. It is the Mets 11 and the Dodgers 6 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
The WNBA Finals are on Sirius XM.
That's her toughest shot of the game, and she got it to go.
Hear every game between the Minnesota Lynx and New York Liberty on NBA Radio or ESPN Extra.
Tonight at 8 Eastern, it's Game 4 in Minnesota. Brianna Stewart and the Liberty are 1 win away from the title and look to close out the series against the Lynx. Hear every second of the action on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
For a complete schedule of WNBA games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
If it's happening in baseball.
The heroes last night for the Dodgers, Kike Hernandez.
We talked to Mookie about you. He has a new nickname for you, Kike Ohtani. How do you respond to that?
It's on MLB Network Radio.
Marcus Lynn Betts. I don't think there's a guy that's more complete than that guy on a baseball field, and I want him to come to the ballpark every day remembering who he is.
Mookie Betts admiring a 2-run blast. MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Share the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Scotty Scheffler is the Masters champion.
The biggest events in golf are on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
The Mets are going to need to get from how many different pitchers before they can get on that plane and go to Los Angeles. They're down to 9 outs needed, and they increased their margin of error by scoring a run in the bottom of the 6th inning to go up 11-6. And Ryan Stanek is going to start out this 7th inning with nobody throwing behind him in the bullpen, and you just wonder, Keith, if Stanek gets through this inning, even with a 5-run lead, would they go to Diaz as early as the 8th inning? I mean, there's still some questions to be asked. Some may involve Kodai Senga. I guess the short explanation is don't go anywhere. There's plenty of baseball left as we head to the 7th.
Yeah, and for Stanek, he has got an inning and a third. If he gets through this, it'll be the first time in his career he goes 2 1/3. He has never gone longer than 2 innings. That is never longer than 6 outs. Kike Hernandez leads off. Mets by 5 in the 7th. First pitch. Down and out, missed with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. So it is Carlos Mendoza asking Ryan Stanek, give him a little bit more. He has faced 5 hitters and is retired 4 to 5. 1-0, powered over the outside corner, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1. Kike Hernandez, then Muncy, and then Smith. And then Pajes, who has had the hot hand today for the Dodgers. 3 hits, including 2 homers. 1-1, way outside into the backstop. That's 2 balls and a strike. Well, the way the Mets are going to try to have to finish this game is the way it has felt a little bit in this series about basically being somewhat at a fatigue point and trying to push like a lot of the Mets starters have this year. The 2-1. Hernandez lofts it in the air behind short. Lindor backpedaling out, waving his arms in front of Nimmo. Makes the catch for the first out of the 7th. And this will bring up Max Muncy. Now, the Mets haven't totally said all the arms are tired, but they have hinted at such things, saying, guys like Luis Severino, how many innings can you get out of him this year? All of a sudden he makes 30-some-odd starts, didn't miss any, and he's doing what he can to stick around deeper and deeper into the playoff run. That is getting deeper and deeper. The same for Minaya and Quintana. And for the bullpen, here's Muncy, Mets by 5. First pitch, fouled back, count 0-1. We are coming to you live from the Bob Murphy broadcast booth, proudly presented by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Phil Maton and Edwin Diaz are warming up. So 2 righties and no Senga to be found. By the way, if you have been playing the sip a little bit of your Bigelow tea every time the word Senga comes up, that's a lot of tea tonight on this broadcast. 0-1. Muncy takes low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, thank you to our sponsor, Veterinary Emergency Group, VEG-ER for Pets. Go to VEG.com to find a location nearest you. Infield back around to the right, the 1-1. Muncy pops it up. Foul ground, first base side. Alonso chugging over. Near the dugout, gives it a look, but it is foul. 6 rows behind the dugout, but 1-2 on Max Muncy. Stanek at 26 pitches. And so it's not as if the Mets are asking him to fight through contact and runs and walks and all this to get to his potential 2 1/3, which again would be a career long for him. It is simply a matter of he's thrown 26 pitches, he's getting outs, and he's staying, as Carlos would say, on the attack. The 1-2 to Muncy. Got him swinging, fastball down the middle. Stanek actually slipped in his follow-through, shakes his head as he comes back onto his feet. Now he's okay. I guess he gave everything he had to that, but he slipped. That's the second pitcher we've seen tonight slip after delivering a pitch. First one was Jack Flaherty early in the game. So the batter is supposed to be Will Smith, but instead it is a lefty for the righty. It is Gavin Lux. So Lux, who has been bothered by a hip flexor strain, going to dig in here in the top of the 7th. Mets ahead 11-6. Base is empty, 2 outs. Stanek fires. First pitch is high, missing for ball 1. So Austin Barnes, who is the backup catcher, who does not see a lot of postseason time, would come on to catch. Here's the 1-0. Lux takes a strike outside corner. It's 1-1. Again, Dave Roberts, even though his team is down by 5, is still going to go with a pinch hitter here, Gavin Lux. Even though Will Smith's a pretty good hitter, just been scuffling, as we told you. 1-1. Lux flails over a fastball, 1-2. So here's Ryan Stanek. Like many of the Mets, push toward the brink. Give me everything you have. Trying to go 2 1/3 for the first time in his career. The Mets have an 11-6 lead. 2 outs, 7th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Flied in the air on the infield to the right side. McNeil waving his arms. He's got a beat. He makes the catch. Side retired. Ryan Stanek giving everything he's got and giving it back to the fans with a big let's go as he motors off the mound. We go to the bottom of the 7th. The Mets trying to stave off elimination, have an 11-6 lead in Game 5. And the 7th inning stretch is brought to you by Gin and Juice, ready to drink cocktail, a lightly carbonated seltzer, an official partner of the New York Mets.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
If you think the baseball world is competitive, try the professional job market. But there is a way to give yourself an advantage. Berkeley College. Whether you're just starting or looking to advance, Berkeley gives you maximum flexibility, close personal attention, and exceptional support through graduation and beyond, with tutoring, career services, and more to help you stand out. At Berkeley College, your potential is our promise. Learn more at berkeleycollege.edu.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
Bottom of the 7th inning at Citi Field. Mets ahead 11-6. It's a game that they led 8-1 and 10-2, but the Dodgers have been pesky. The Mets can now check enough boxes to get down to 6 outs needed on the bullpen and defensive side to try to force a Game 6, which would be Sunday in Los Angeles. And in this bottom of the 7th, Lindor, Nimmo, and Vientos will hit against Brent Honeywell is at 42 pitches. Has pitched across the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. Here he is for the 7th. Pitch to Lindor. Missed outside, ball 1. That was about 3 hours ago where the Temptations stood at the warning track right in front of the front row here at Citi Field and sang My Girl. Here's the 1-0 to Lindor. Missed outside, 2 balls and no strikes. So these fans are still singing it. That was Lindor walk-up song.
Yeah, that was almost 3 hours ago, wasn't it?
So these games are long because they are intense, but also Fox. Here comes the 2-0 to Lindor. High and outside, 3 balls and no strikes. The inning breaks, by the way, are usually about 2 minutes. For commercials during the regular season, we are certainly over 3 minutes when we get to postseason time. But you got to pay those bills. 3-0. Up high, ball 4. Lindor, who's been up a bunch, has been on a bunch too. So that's the 5th plate appearance for Francisco. He has singled, tripled, and now has walked. He's been on 3 out of 5 times. Now, as far as Ryan Stanek goes, certainly a yeoman's effort to get across the end of the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. That is the textbook play of the game, brought to you by Malloy University. At Malloy, you'll think about your future in a new way. Let's think about their future a lot tonight. Lindor bouncing at first, throw over there, and he's been picked off. Now Lindor got a little jump happy
and Honeywell stepped off, spun over, and threw to Freeman and put the tag on. And the Mets, I don't even think Carlos Mendoza is going to turn to ask if they are going to review. He's simply out 1-3 on the pickoff. He just never went. He bluffed twice and got caught in no man's land. Pitch to Nimmo. At the knees, called strike, 0-1. So I mentioned Static, what he's done over 2 1/3. You can kind of put it in your scorebook if you're scoring with us at home that he has done. They'd never gone that far to begin with. 0-1. Bouncy ball to second base. First baseman Freeman cutting over to field. Flips to Honeywell in time for the 3-1 putout. Stanek 2 1/3. Gave up the home run to Mookie Betts, but then retired the next 6. And Edwin Diaz warming up. He's going to come on for what looks like a 6-out outing. Mets ahead by 5 in the bottom of the 7th. And here's Vientos, who's been hitless all day, ironically. First pitch. Cued off the end of the bat to the backstop, and the count 0-1. Austin Barnes has come in to catch. He takes over in that 8th spot in the lineup where Will Smith was batting. Gavin Lux pinch hit, but Lux popped out to end that 7th against Stanek. 0-1. Vientos lost in the air, left center field. Pages sprinting in, makes the catch to retire the side. So Honeywell, a scoreless 7th, and we go to the 8th at Citi Field. The Mets need 6 outs for a Game 6. It is 11-6 Mets over the Dodgers on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets!
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all year to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl, and a sneer. SiriusXM Scream, your soundtrack for Halloween. On now, channel 105, and on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM has everything a college football fan needs.
He's in trouble and down he goes. The ball comes out.
All the big games are on the SiriusXM app.
Down the sidelines, midfield. It's a race. Picking him up, putting him down.
Plus, hear daily in-depth analysis on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
There's not a lot of holes or weaknesses on that football team, and they've got the goods where you want to have the goods for a championship caliber roster.
Our experts get you ready for game day every day on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The new basketball season is around the corner, and SiriusXM NBA Radio is getting you ready by talking to the biggest stars in the game.
Joined now by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I want to be able to have a shot at winning it all.
Every weeknight until the season starts, hear a different team's preview show.
We've got Kevin Durant sitting down with us.
Championship is always a goal.
NBA Radio season preview shows. Only on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And for any interviews or previews you missed, hear them on the SiriusXM app.
Mets fans, this is Carlos Mendoza, and you're listening to Mets Baseball on SiriusXM.
SiriusXM NFL Radio is your home for the National Football League all year long on Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. We can disseminate to you that there are some defensive changes as we go to the 8th. The Mets lead the Dodgers 11-6. Harrison Bader is now in center. Tyrone Taylor gets pushed to left field. Brandon Nimmo, again with that plantar fasciitis, is out of the game. Jose Iglesias comes in to play third base, and on the mound looking for 6 outs and a win, Edwin Diaz here. And that's how he just asked so much of Ryan Stanek, who in many cases can be thought of as the player of the game with what he did, but he's only the player of the game if the next guy does his job, and that's Diaz.
That's up to Edwin Diaz. It is not a 6-out save because, of course, the margin of difference in score is too wide. It's got to be 3 or less. Right now it is 5 at 11-6, but Diaz did pick up a 6-out save in the last home game of the regular season here against the Phillies. It was certainly not without some drama. Facing Andy Pages to lead off, called strike, 0-1, starts him off with a fastball at 96 miles an hour. You might remember that game against the Phillies. It had been an afternoon game that was converted to a night game, and a lot of people ticked off The 0-1 taken high, 1-1, because they were going to bring their kids to the final home game. Well, never mind that. The Mets knew they had to fly to Atlanta to begin what was supposed to be a 3-game series. The 1-1 to Paez on the outside corner, a fastball, and the count 1-2. Now the Mets had a 2-1 lead when Diaz came into the game in the 8th inning. He pitched 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, no runs, walked 2, struck out 4. The Phillies stole 5 bases against Diaz in those 2 innings. 1-2 to Paez. Swing and a fly foul down the right field side, skimming the protective netting. And it remains 1-2 to Paez, who's 3 for 3 with 2 home runs. But what else happened in that game was a throw to third base in the 9th inning by Francisco Alvarez with Bryson Stott, the tying run at third. Here's the 1-2 to Paez. High and tight, a fastball, 2-2. And that was a play we'll continue to dwell on when you think back at the story of the Mets charge through the late season and into the postseason. The throw that hit the bag, 2-2 to Paez. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a slider down and away, and that's the first out. But remember when Alvarez made that throw to third and the ball hit the bag and it popped straight up? Probably 95 times out of 100, that throw by Alvarez would have either gone into short left field or far enough into foul ground that it would have allowed Stott to score the tying run, but it came right back to Mark Vientos. Here's Shohei Ohtani, takes outside and high, ball 1, and it was impossible not to think at that time, well, maybe something's going on here. And then, well, the next 2 weeks were rather telling. 3 altogether on this Sunday to get us to this point. The 1-0 to Ohtani on the outside corner, a called strike, 1-1. So that was really the beginning of this craziness and the travel and the pressure games. The 1-1 swung out and missed, a fastball, 1-2 to Ohtani. So Diaz picked up 6 outs when the Mets desperately needed them that night. They only had a 1-run cushion there. It's 5 right now, leading 11-6 as Ohtani calls time. And yet these 5 runs they're ahead seems like that one skinny run that they led against Philadelphia with back on the 22nd of September. 1-2 to Ohtani, now the pitch. Swung out and missed, strike 3. He blew 99 right past Shohei Ohtani. Diaz has struck out the first 2. 2 men away, and Mookie Betts will be the batter.
A ton of fastballs right now from Diaz. In fact, all but one pitch have been fastballs. That slider put away Paez, and boy, that 99 came flying out of his hand.
Here's Betts, first pitch, down the middle, fastball at 99, and it's 0-1. Don't forget, stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. The 0-1 to Betts. Holds a swing, the pitch evidently a bit up. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Betts today, double, walk, homer, and a foul out. The 1-1. Off the outside corner, a fastball. Alvarez tried to yank that one back in. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. Mets 11, Dodgers 6, 2 out, nobody on, top 8. The Mets have gotten it into the hands they wanted this in. Edwin Diaz, the 2-1 slider in for a called strike. And it's 2-2.
He buckled Betts' knees with that one.
This is vintage Diaz, working quickly, successfully. 2-2 to Betts. Swinging a bouncer back to the mound under the glove of Diaz. Backed up by McNeil at second. Throws to first in time. Side retired. A 1-2-3 8th inning from Diaz. And in the middle of the 8th inning, in Game 5, the Mets 11, the Dodgers 6 on Odyssey. Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Rev up the fun with the Honda Civic and HR-V. These vehicles redefine the game when it comes to performance and style. With sporty designs matched by powerful performance, the Civic and HR-V deliver a driving experience like no other. But what really sets these cars apart from the crowd is the spirit of determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. the one that's listening to the MLB playoffs with us. We're in the NLCS. Yes, it's a commercial break during the baseball game, so don't worry. We'll be right back to the baseball action. Now, before we do that, please take a minute to hit that subscribe button and help us grow this awesome sports community. We are almost at 50,000. Please help us get there by hitting that subscribe button and turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single baseball playoff game, every single Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game, Raptors games, as well as the CFL playoffs coming up. Make sure you're here, hanging out with us on Toronto Sports Insider. Now, thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Let's get back to the baseball. What a game we've got tonight. Cheers, everybody.
Fight for you and go the distance if needed. Chopra and Nocerino always come prepared. They have proven results and will fight to get results you need. They have countless victories here in New York and serve New Yorkers proudly. If you've been hurt in an accident, you need to call Chopra and Nocerino. 855-NYC-HURT. Chopra and Nocerino. They'll fight for you. Last of the eighth inning here in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. The Mets leading the Dodgers 11-6, and Edwin Diaz got through Ohtani and Betts after getting Andy Pages to begin the eighth inning. So he's already worked through the two toughest outs in the Dodger batting order. And the Mets 3 outs away from a return trip to Los Angeles. And you know those pats on the back we told you that the Mets were giving Tyler McGill a couple of nights ago, and to a little bit lesser extent just because he didn't work quite as long, but Danny Young last night, really it was the difference of McGill 3 and Young 2 1/3. Well, I'll tell you what, Brett Honeywell is going to get those same pats on the back from the Dodgers. He's facing Pete Alonso to lead off. First pitch, breaking ball, high, ball 1, because he's beginning his 5th inning of work here. But you know what? For the moment, never mind Honeywell. There's still a chance, and these fans know it. This could be Pete's last time at bat at Citi Field as a Met. The 1-0 swung on and missed, 1-1. If the Dodgers win one of the two games still scheduled in Los Angeles, the Mets would be done, and Pete may well leave as a free agent. The 1-1 swing and a little pop flare to shallow center. Gonna fall, base hit beyond the outstretched glove of Kike Hernandez. And Alonso, who hit a 3-run homer in the first inning to burst the Mets in front, has started the 8th inning with a bloop single. And what again, if you're just going to analyze it, it may well have been his last plate appearance here as a Met. But you know what? They hold on here and win this game. The Dodgers, and the clearest indication yet is that Honeywell is still out there. Jesse Winker, the batter. First pitch on the way, breaking ball low, ball 1. Dave Roberts not going to use any more relievers here because he's going to need a whole bag full of them in Game 6. And the Mets will have Sean Manaea on the mound. They're going to have every chance to take this to the limit. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Huge cut by Winker at a fastball, and it's 1-1.
That's just the way it's felt. I mean, even in those moments that we've seen of despair where you just had that feeling that this is it. I had that feeling walking in here today a little bit, and the Mets do this. They bring you right back.
The only ones who didn't may well have been the players. The 1-1 to Winker taken outside 2-1. But whatever happens, whether it's a Dodger uprising in the 9th or winning one of the two games in Los Angeles, whatever happens, you've just got to love this group of New York Mets who have given their fans every ounce of what they ever could have expected and so much more this season. And they're giving every indication that there's more to come. It's not at all difficult to imagine them taking this to a 7th game. If the Dodgers are going to a bullpen game and the Mets will have Manaea on Sunday, gotta like that chance. 2-1 to Winker, taken for a called strike, a fastball. It's 2-2. I gotta call the fans the thriving player of this game. Brought to you by Thrivewell Infusion, New York's premier infusion and injection center. Saving lives drip by drip. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. They've been shouting their lungs out a good deal of today. 2-2 to Winker. Swing and a foul straight back. If the Mets can get it done in L.A., be back here for the World Series. That's the best case scenario for them. But if it falls short of that, these fans have been hooting and hollering all day, and they have deserved exactly what the Mets have provided them today. What an atmosphere here. 2-2 pitch. Winker takes outside a screwball. It's 3-2.
I've been to a couple of playoff games, and when you buy those Game 5 tickets ahead of time, you have no idea what kind of game you signed up for as this week has gone on. It's been a little bit weird thinking, what'll Game 5 be like? Well, it's been the best of the Mets in the NLCS.
3-2 to Winker. The pitch driven in the air to pretty deep right field. Back goes Betts. He turns. He watches it. Hits the top of the fence. Stays in play. Digging for third, Alonso. He'll be held there, and holding at first is Winker with about as long a single as you could hit at Citi Field. And the Mets have runners at the corners. Nobody out.
Now, Jesse Winker, again, there's been some question about, where's he been in the lineup with J.D. Martinez, and you play the splits, but I think this game in particular, with the triple, the single, the walk, the hit by pitch, Jesse Winker is kind of solidifying himself as an option that needs to play. He's just too hot of a piece to keep on the bench right now. Winker is just diving into lineups, and he's coming out of the game. Luis Angel Acuna going to run for Winker at first base.
Diving into lineups, diving into home plate, diving everywhere. Starling Marte takes a called strike, 0-1. And how about Marte today? 3 doubles, including a 2-run, 2-base hit in the third inning. So runners at first and third, nobody out. That's looking to add on to an 11-6 lead. Throw to first, and Acuna dives back in. Middle infield back at double play depth. Honeywell to the belt. Here's the pitch. Slider low outside. And it's 1-1 to Marte. And again, Dave Roberts is just asking Honeywell on whatever fumes he has left to get them through this bottom of the 8th inning. It's 11-6 Mets. Looks like somebody is finally going to get up and start to loosen in the Dodger bullpen. The 1-1. Acuna runs in the pitch line to center. That's a base hit. In to score is Alonso. Acuna to third, losing his helmet as he approaches the bag standing. And on at first with his 4th hit of the game. An RBI single is Starling Marte. It is a Marte party here at Citi Field, and the fans are the ones who are enjoying the festivities. It is 12-6 New York.
I just get to know Starling Marte a little bit for the last 2 years. He is the quietest guy you'll ever meet. Puts his head down, does his job, expects the same from the guys around him. But last year, when Marte tried to do the same thing as an aged veteran, put his head down. He was coming off the double groin surgery, dealt with concussion problems, migraines, had to shut it down at the end of last year. And he was really upset that he had to do that. It is something he does not want to do. He wanted to be an everyday player. Last year was such a bad taste in his mouth. This year he's done what he can to stay on the field, and so this 4-hit day for Marte, you just know how much it means to him, because he just wants to mean so much to this organization that gave him a chance when they signed him a couple of off seasons ago. Now, what a performance with 4 hits.
So, message from Mark Pryor is maybe we'll buy some time for Banda, or maybe you figure this out yourself. Here's Tyrone Taylor, right-hand batter, swings at a first pitch slider and misses. It's 0-1.
I wonder, too, if Dave Roberts is thinking what Carlos Mendoza was thinking last night. If it gets that point, do I throw a position player? It's only 6 runs now, not 8, but that's another thought that has to swirl around Roberts' head.
0-1, the count to Taylor. Honeywell delivers and missed the outside corner with a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yankees and Guardians just about set now to begin Game 4 of the American League Championship Series in Cleveland. Brought to you by Ready Refresh, New York's most reliable water delivery service. As the Guardians look to tie that series up after their dramatic win last night. 1-1 to Taylor. Here's the pitch. In tight with a breaking ball, the screwball, and it's 2-1. And you just don't know how much Honeywell has left. I'm sure some of the conversation with Mark Pryor involved, how much more Honeywell can give here, because you don't want to put a pitcher in danger of injury. The 2-1 tap back to the mound, grabbed by Honeywell, throws to second one, returned to first by Hernandez, double play. Holding at third all the while was Acuna. So Taylor bounces into the 1-4-3 double play. 2 out. Jeff McNeil due up, but here comes Dave Roberts, and he wants his left-hander Bonda, after all of this, to face McNeil. With the Mets leading 12-6, 2 out, bottom 8. This pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play the newest scratch-off games for a chance to win.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Serving contractors, builders, and homeowners in the tri-state area since 1987, Brooklyn Window and Doors, one of New York City's largest stocking dealer of quality Andersen windows and doors. Visit Brooklyn Window and Doors award-winning showroom to see the complete Andersen product line, including the 400, 100A, and E Series. Andersen, built, backed, and serviced like no other window. Visit Brooklyn Window and Door at their new location, 185 30th Street in Brooklyn, or call 718-WINDOWS.
As the playoffs heat up, stay hydrated with Ready Refresh. At the office or at home, Ready Refresh has amazing deals on all bottled water. From case packs to water filtration to 5-gallon bottles. Delivered right to your door. Score more and skip the store. Ready Refresh ensures you're hydrated for every inning. Ready Refresh even has a great assortment of water dispensers and offers pro cleaning services for every model. Ready Refresh, your ultimate game day hydration partner. Order now at ReadyRefresh.com.
Well, Anthony Bonda, the left-hander, is going to come on. I wouldn't say curiously. I think part of that conversation when Mark Pryor went out was just to ask Honeywell if he had one more out in him, because he could not possibly have given the Dodgers anything more. And he did allow 3 runs, but he also ate up 4 2/3 innings, with Dave Roberts needing that kind of length, knowing that in all likelihood he's using a bullpen game in Game 6, which looks very likely now with the Mets leading 12-6. 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th, and Jeff McNeil coming up with Luis Angel Acuna, the runner at third.
Tell you what, Dave Roberts, this is the old pat on the back, but he took the ball from Honeywell and he patted him on the back, grabbed his shoulder. That was a big body language thank you from Dave Roberts. In the Dodgers case, again, if you're thinking at home, it's 12-6. Who cares how Honeywell pitches? It's a job well done, nonetheless, for Honeywell.
Particularly when Roberts is going to need maybe half a dozen relievers in the next game. Here's McNeil. First pitch swung on and missed, a sinker, 0-1. Don't forget, stay tuned after the game for the Verizon Mets postgame show. Verizon, the network New York City relies on. 4 innings of work for Bonda in the postseason. 3 hits, no runs, a walk, 5 strikeouts. And as Keith pointed out to me between innings, I hadn't noticed, just looking at the scorecard now to confirm that the Mets have not struck out tonight. The 0-1 lined up the middle, out to short on 1 hop for Edman. He fires to first in time, side retired. How about that? If the Mets don't hit again in this game, and it seems that'll be the case, they did not strike out all day into the early evening. They added a run in the 9th on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left, and at the end of 8, it's the Mets 12, the Dodgers 6 on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go Mets!
I think C.J. Stroud just has that poise. Plays like he's been in the league 10 or 12 years.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Brock Purdy's playing unbelievable. I think kind of quietly he's just been brushing it.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins.
Each week has been continuous improvement. Let's keep that going.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio. Channel 88.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In 2024, Scotty Scheffler led the PGA Tour in victories, scoring average, prize money, birdies per round, mug shots, greens and regulation percentage, putting average, second round scoring average. Listen to 2024, the year of Scotty Scheffler, Thursday, November 28th at 7 a.m. on SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app. Should I keep going? Approach from 150 to 175 yards. Par 4 birdie.
Catch a brand new season preview show of your favorite team every weeknight until the season starts. Only on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app.
After the game, join us on MLB Network Radio. We're talking baseball with you all season long on SiriusXM Channel 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Well, we go to the ninth inning. The Mets 3 out away from going west again as they lead the Dodgers here 12-6. Edwin Diaz on the mound. Not a safe situation for Edman. He came in the 8th inning. We begin the inning with the Mets up by 5 runs. LifeVac is always there to save lives, though. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device. Well, Diaz was at his best in the 8th inning, getting the Dodgers in order, needing 15 pitches, 2 via strikeout. So he'll work to Teoscar Hernandez, Freddie Freeman, and Tommy Edman as the Dodgers bat here in the top of the 9th inning. Hernandez 0 for 3 with a walk. He's just 6 for 35 in the postseason. And he's a bat that the Mets don't mind seeing cooled because this guy hit 33 home runs during the regular season, but he's been quiet. First pitch by Diaz on the outside corner. Fastball at 96, and it's 0-1. Game 6, and if necessary, Game 7 will also be 8:08 Eastern Time starts. The 0-1 to Hernandez, lifted in the air to right field, not deep. Moving towards the line, Marte makes the one-hand catch, 1 man away. Well, David Peterson lasted 3 2/3 innings, but then Ryan Stanek gave the Mets 2 1/3 after Reed Garrett had given them 1. And Diaz trying to close it out with the Mets traveling, along with the Dodgers, an off day tomorrow. Fully rested Manaea for Game 6. Freddie Freeman takes outside and high, ball 1. Kodai Senga was not used in this game. He was walking around, starting to limber up, and never got onto the mound. But that's another arm the Mets could use in Game 6. The 1-0 taken high, 2-0, because just as the case was today, it'll be an elimination game, and it'll be all hands on deck. And he's, what would you say, 1 or 2 of those hands? Only one of them has the ball in it. The 2-0, Freeman pops it up, shallow center. Harrison Bader calling, and he makes the 2-hand catch, 2 men away.
Now, the way the Mets have played today, 12 runs, 14 hits, they have certainly, I think, earned the Dodgers' respect back. Don't know if the Dodgers really said they lost respect for the Mets. They did not, but this is a game that you take the Mets seriously, but also slightly horrifying that the Dodgers at one point had made this game a couple of times.
And yet, here are the Mets, 1 out away from another trip west. First pitch to Edman, called strike the slider, 0-1. These fans may or may not be back at Citi Field this year. If they are, it'll be for Game 3 of the World Series. The 0-1, swinging a ground ball up the middle to his right. McNeil backhands, throws across his body, and he throws it beyond the reach of Alonso. Caroms off the facing of the Mets dugout, backed up by Alvarez, and Tommy Edman will hold on at first. Should be an infield hit, as that was asking a lot of McNeil. And so with 2 men away, Enrique Hernandez will be the batter for the Dodgers. How unusual is it that a team has played an entire postseason game without striking out? And this is going all the way back over 100 years. It's happened 10 times before today. Runner goes. The pitch to Kike Hernandez. Popped in the air to right field. Not deep. In comes Marte. He makes the catch. Put it in the books. The Mets are California bound again, where they'll hope to bring back a pennant as they stay in the National League Championship Series, cutting the Dodgers' advantage to 3-2. And if they can get back here to Citi Field, it'll be for the World Series. But there's a lot of work to do before that. You've got to start a big comeback somewhere, and the Mets did it today with a flourish in the 9th inning for the Dodgers. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left. The final score in Game 5, the New York Mets 12 and the Los Angeles Dodgers 6. Back to talk about it in a moment on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
ThriveWellInfusion.com, New York's premier infusion and injection center, saving lives drip by drip.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state, so what are you waiting for? Wow your way through NJ. Through Sculpture Gardens, Garden Gardens, and Loop-de-Loops. New Jersey, it's one wow after another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Hey, New York fans. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon in New York City's got you. Trade in any phone from one of their top brands in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. Switch now and save. Available at a New York City area Verizon store.
By now, you should know I can't get my game day started without my mug of my favorite Bigelow tea. For me, it's that smooth Bigelow green tea that tastes great and keeps my voice in peak condition, especially in extra innings. And I definitely need the English tea time for that day game after a night game. No matter how hectic your day gets, grab your favorite Bigelow tea and take a moment just for you. Join the millions of Mets fans that make Bigelow #1 in New York. Bigelow tea, the official tea of Odyssey Mets Radio.
Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Now back here at Citi Field, the New York Mets have kept their pennant hopes alive as they have defeated the Los Angeles Dodgers 12-6 to take the National League Championship Series back to Los Angeles, with the Dodgers leading 3-2. Casamigos Tequila toasts today's Mets victory. The family of Casamigos Tequilas, Anejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and the new Casamigas Jalapeno remind you to celebrate responsibly. So the Mets, with their 12-6 victory, got 6 outs out of Edwin Diaz. Not a save situation, but who cares? They got what they needed from him. They preserved a chunk of the bullpen. They really had no choice because of the guys who were unavailable, but that also included Kodai Senga, who was not used and certainly is very much a possibility if there should be any early trouble for Sean Manaea in what we now know will be a Game 6, and the Dodgers will, in all likelihood, utilize a bullpen game, and so the Mets have what you would consider favorable pitching matchup in Game 6, hoping to force a 7th and deciding game. But there's a long way to go before that. 3,000 miles and 48 hours, but in the here and now, we're going to go downstairs because Pat McCarthy is standing by with Brandon Nimmo.
All right, Howie, thank you very much. Well, Brandon, this was a total team effort tonight, and you guys were able to get to Flaherty in a way that you couldn't in Game 1. Was there any sort of adjustment that you guys made tonight?
I think we were just a little bit sharper. We came off of 3 days of rest in the first game, and so I think we were a little bit sharper, and we kind of won that battle of staying off the edges of the zone. And he's obviously a great pitcher, and we were just able to kind of capitalize on some of the pitches that he brought into the zone, and just do a better job of that this time around.
It's kind of unheard of in this day and age for a team not to strike out. in a game. Was that
we not?
You guys didn't strike out at all.
Really? Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that's unheard of. Wow. Well, that's pretty dang cool. I didn't know that, but again, just a testament to these guys and the plans and the work that was put in. And we were doing a good job of putting the ball in play, and good things happen when you do that.
Petey gets out of the jam in the first. Pete comes up, hits the 3-run shot in the bottom half. At that point, did it just feel like you guys could loosen up a little bit?
Yeah, 100%. I think that was huge for them to not score there and Petey to really step up. And then, like you said, Pete to put the exclamation point on the inning by hitting the 3-run homer. That was a huge part in the game, a huge momentum shift. And the playoffs and these series are all about momentum. And so, I think that was a huge momentum shift in our favor there.
Brandon, thanks for your time. Congrats on the win. Happy flight.
Yeah, happy flight. Let's go Mets.
Howie, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Pat. And as Brandon Nimmo was rather surprised to hear that the Mets didn't strike out, Chris Matchkowski gives us the information that the Mets have become the 11th team to go through a postseason game without striking out. It happened twice to the Chicago Cubs, going as far back as 1918, and the last time it happened, 2002. It had not happened, never mind World Series, although it wasn't the World Series when the Anaheim at that time Angels did not strike out in a game against the San Francisco Giants. That was game 2 of that World Series, but it was just the 11th time in baseball history in the postseason that a team did not strike out. The Mets, in fact, put up 12 runs and defeated the Dodgers 12-6. We'll be back with Murph's Happy Recap next on Odyssey Mets Radio, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Pet emergencies can happen at any time. That's why Veg, ER for Pets, is open 24 hours a day, including weekends and holidays. Veg has revolutionized the ER experience for pets and their owners. Not only do you see an emergency veterinarian right away, but there's no more waiting and worrying in a lobby. You get to stay with your pet the entire time. Veg treats all kinds of pets, dogs, cats, reptiles, and exotics. Go to veg.com to find the Veg ER for Pets nearest you. That's VEG.com.
103 millones de dólares. ¿Qué te parece? You know you ready to play. Sounds grande, grande.
Play the New York Lottery's new Grande Scratch-Off games with prizes up to $3 million or a second chance to win 1 of 100 VIP trips to Billboard Latin Music Week in Miami. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
London Jewelers would like to wish the New York Mets luck in their series against Los Angeles. Visit London Jewelers today at any of their 7 locations, including the Americana Mall and the mall at Short Hills.
The family of Casamigos tequilas, Añejo, Blanco, Cristalino, Reposado, Mezcal, and now introducing the new Casamigos Jalapeno. Casamigos tequila brought to you by those who drink it and love it. Remind you to enjoy today's game responsibly.
Bravo Supermarkets are your local family-owned neighborhood stores, and we love being part of that New York fabric, especially when the Mets are on fire. Thank you for shopping local with us. We know Bravo Supermarkets have everything you and your family need. Whether you shop in-store with us or order your groceries online at our website, bravosupermarkets.com. Visit our social channels for recipes and videos of what to eat while you watch the game.
Did you know that California Cryobank, the #1 sperm bank in the U.S., has helped to create more than 75,000 families? You can help them make dreams of parenthood come true and earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor. Are you 19 to 38, healthy and able to work in the U.S.? Then you could qualify to be a sperm donor. Learn more at spermbank.com. That's spermbank.com for the chance to earn up to $1,500 a month as a sperm donor.
Michelin Winter Tires offer confidence in all types of winter conditions, and Town Fair Tire offers every long-lasting, fuel-efficient Michelin tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Michelin Winter Tires that keep you going for years to come. For the guaranteed best deal on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Chopra and Nocerino is a must-call when injured. Personal injury cases are a battle. You need a team willing to put in the work. Contact them at 855-NYC-HURT if you want top results. Chopra and Nocerino is the exclusive personal injury firm of the New York Mets.
Want to save money on your home heating oil this season? Call Sloman's at 866-OIL-DEAL. You can save hundreds. Just call 866-OIL-DEAL. That's 866-OIL-DEAL.
Back here at Citi Field, the Mets have defeated the Dodgers 12-6. Murph's Happy Recap is proudly presented by Flagstar Bank N.A. Flagstar, let's align the stars. Visit them at flagstar.com. Will we hear vuvuzelas? I know they're pronounced vuvuzelas, but it's more fun to say vuvuzelas. And the way we'll hear them back here is if the Mets take 2 games out in Los Angeles and come back here for games 3, 4, and 5 of the World Series. Sound a little bit outlandish? Not at all. Not the way things have been going for this team over the last month in particular. And one of the heroes today, kind of an unsung hero, but boy, Ryan Stanek helped save the rest of, whatever indecisive butterflies Carlos Mendoza might have had about how he was going to handle his pitching, Keith, because he was able to get it to Diaz, who got 6 outs on only 23 pitches, and the Mets, all things considered, are in pretty good shape going back to L.A., even though they're down 3-2.
And again, the Mets are pushing some of these guys to the brink of places they've never been before, and it may sound a little strange that somebody like Ryan Stanek has never thrown 2 1/3, but physically, if he's never done that, you're talking about 3 up-downs there with covering the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. That was a huge job done by Ryan Stanek, and especially since the Dodgers were a team that were making noise through the first half of this game, just as the Mets were, even though the Mets made a little louder noise than the vuvuzela that somehow Madge still has in his hands. We haven't wrangled it from him. Hopefully security does before we get on the plane.
Next to the Dodger PA system, that's classical music.
Some may say. Not me. So the final line score in Game 5 for the I'm telling you, for the Mets, 12 runs, 14 hits.
What an outfit.
No errors and 8. We're trying to do a major league broadcast. For the Dodgers, 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 9 men left. Ryan Stanek earns the win. Jack Flaherty suffers the loss. 2 home runs for Andy Pages, 1 for Mookie Betts. Pete Alonso hits his 4th home run of this postseason. Time of the game, 3 hours and 8 minutes. That's swift these days, in front of 43,841 in a game that has the Mets now down 3-2 to the Dodgers going back to L.A. Once again, the final score, the New York Mets 12 and the Los Angeles Dodgers 6.
New York Mets baseball is a production of Odyssey. In conjunction with the New York Mets, the executive producer is Ray Martell. Production assistance by Captain Jack McCarthy and Brendan Gambeski. And our producer-engineer in the booth, our chief Michiganer, Chris Matchkowski. Our next broadcast will be on Sunday night when the Mets and Dodgers are back out in California. They'll let us on the plane for Game 6 at Dodger Stadium. First pitch scheduled for 8:08 p.m. with the Mets pregame show underway at 7:25. And so for Keith Rad and Pat McCarthy, I'm Howie Rose. Once again, the final score, the New York Mets 12, the Los Angeles Dodgers 6. The Dodgers now lead the National League Championship Series 3-2. Stay tuned. Rich Ackerman's coming up next with the Verizon Mets postgame show. This is Odyssey Mets Radio, and the end of our careers driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Rothenberg Law Firm. InjuryLawyer.com. Casamigos Tequila. Brought to you by those who drink it. Thrivewell Infusion. The official IV sponsor of Odyssey Mets Radio. Visit ThrivewellInfusion.com. River Spring Living. See what makes life at River Spring Living special. Visit riverspringliving.org. Bridgewater Acura on Route 22 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Peerless Boilers and Pavilion tankless water heaters. Visit peerlessboilers.com to find a dealer near you. LifeVac, the original choking rescue suction device that saves lives. The New York Lottery. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY. And by Berkeley College. Your potential is our promise.
2K your way with SiriusXM channels designed to shift your timeline. Jump into the pit with hard rock and new metal on Turbo, Channel 41.
It's just one of those days.
Go hard all day with zeros and tens hip-hop on Flex 2K, Channel 49. Beats in the track. Or sink into your feels with alternative anthems on Alt 2K. Listen to all of these and more 2000s channels across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
This is John Paul Morosi. On the new SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown, I sit down with Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr.
People ask me all the time, who do I pattern my game after? And I tell them one person, my dad. And he said to me one day, he goes, you're going to be a better baseball player than I ever was.
The Road to Cooperstown airs Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the all-new SiriusXM app. New episodes drop every Tuesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Now through November 1st, SiriusXM is giving away a pair of tickets to every MLB postseason game through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero, and you'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on SiriusXM 89 and the all-new SiriusXM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary. Open only to current SiriusXM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident over the age of 18.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about two plays, and that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood.
Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? Jogs, you're crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Fantasy football players, from start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice. Win your fantasy football league with Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Is the Verizon Mets postgame show. Save big when you switch to the network New York City relies on. Head to your local Verizon store and check out the latest deals. Also brought to you by Flagstar Bank NA. Visit them at flagstar.com. Smashburger, 100% certified Angus beef burgers, fries, shakes, and more. The College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. ELEC 825, building our future. The Ray Katina family of dealerships. Visit them at raykatina.com. Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. Stay where you play. And by Orlin & Cohen Orthopedic Group. We've got specialists for that. Now, here's Rich Ackerman.
And welcome to the Verizon Mets postgame show as the Mets live to play another day and are headed to L.A. after breaking out with a 12-6 win in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series and now trail the series 3-2. They bent a little today, but didn't break. A big homer in the first, timely hits, a big inning in the third, and 4 pitchers kept the Mets alive. The Mets scored 9 runs in the first 3 games. They topped that today by the 4th, and then it was a game of just trying to get outs any way you could. The Mets have not given up all year, and that was the case today. It wasn't always easy with David P. Peterson going only 3 2/3 innings. Reed Garrett got out of a bases-loaded jam in the fourth. Ryan Stanek then gave them the longest outing of his career, and Edwin Diaz finished it off with 2 great innings. But the Mets finally broke out today offensively. They were 4 for 30 with runners in scoring position when Pete Alonso stepped to the plate in the first, and the Met first baseman was dealing with his own issues, going 2 for 15 with 6 strikeouts in the series, and perhaps playing his final game at Citi Field, sparked the attack with a first-inning blast, allowing them to exhale. The Dodgers kept coming, though, scoring in the top of the second, but the Mets then blew it open with 5 in the third, 2 more in the fourth, and Jack Flaherty was terrific in Game 1. The Mets had a much better plan against him today, and the Dodgers starter clearly wasn't as sharp. It was important that the Mets got to him quickly and often, because not only did they do that, but the relievers of the bullpen, of the Dodgers bullpen, have been terrific this year, and L.A. is going with a bullpen on Sunday in Game 6. Though, the other side of that is L.A. needed just 3 pitchers to get through this one, as Brent Honeywell went 4 2/3 innings in relief of Flaherty before Anthony Bonda finished off. But David Peterson was going to be stretched to about 80 pitches today, and they ran into trouble in the third. Give credit, or I should say the fourth, give credit to Carlos Mendoza for yanking him with 2 outs in the inning, as he was at 79 pitches already. But with the bases loaded, he would have had to have faced Freddie Freeman, who was 6 for 19 against him with a pair of homers in his career. So Mendoza went to Reed Garrett. Freeman went down looking to end that inning, and after that, Mendoza's bullpen strategy was put to the test, because Jose Butto and Danny Young were unavailable. Phil Maton likely unable to pitch as well. But Garrett and Stanek gave up homers to make it 10-6, but the Mets added a run later on and a couple more for insurance. Stanek gave the Mets some much-needed length, going 2 1/3 innings, giving up only the homer to Mookie Betts. The Mets' season was on the line as well, and a day off tomorrow certainly helped the cause for Edwin Diaz to come on in the 8th. He hadn't pitched well, or I should say he hadn't pitched since Monday, so Diaz well-rested and was blowing away Andy Pages and Shohei Ohtani to start the 8th, then got Betts to ground out. He threw 15 pitches in the inning, 10 were for strikes in a stress-free ninth, as Diaz got the first 2 hitters in Teoscar Hernandez and Freddie Freeman. Tommy Edman reached on an error before Kike Hernandez flied out to end the game, and the Mets win it by a score of 12-6 and head west for Game 6 on Sunday night, and then Game 7 if necessary. But again, the never say die Mets. We have seen that response all year long, and today, in the most crucial spot, they came through again. And the lessons of the game brought to you by the College of New Jersey. TCNJ offers a top-notch education at a public college price point. Learn more at tcnj.edu. So the Mets 12-6 winners tonight. They're now down 3-2 and head to L.A. for a Game 6 on Sunday that'll be started by their ace, Sean Manaea. Lots to get to in this one. You'll hear from Mets manager Carlos Mendoza. There were a ton of highlights. We'll listen back to them all as we roll on the Verizon Mets postgame show.
When just one life is saved, it wins the game. Just like in baseball, when the same player has 3,000 hits, it's monumental. LifeVac, the original choking rescue device, is approaching 3,000 lives saved. Hi, I'm Arthur Lee, CEO and inventor of LifeVac. With its place, push, pull technology, LifeVac uses suction to clear the airway and save a life. There's only one proven airway clearance device, LifeVac. Mention code BASEBALL for 20% off your order today. Go to lifevac.net.
Once your day starts, it doesn't stop. You go and go and go some more. Routines like yours demand reliable tires. Tires that keep up with you. Day after day, mile after mile, season after season. That's why Uniroyal Tires makes the tried and true Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. A good tire with great value so you can have total confidence every time you drive. The Uniroyal Tiger Paw Touring All-Season tire. Learn more about Uniroyal Tires at Whitey's Tire Service on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, or go to UniroyalTires.com.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Lease a 2024 Mazda CX-5, just $219 a month, or buy with 0% APR financing for 36 6 months at Ramsey Mazda, Route 17 North in Ramsey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN R053-6393. MSRP $37.95. APR $27.78 for $1,000 finance. Ends 10/31/24.
At Joy Jolt, we celebrate every moment, especially the big wins. Brooklyn born and bred, we keep it vibrant with our amazing barware and more. Whether you're hosting a game day party or raising a glass to a grand slam, do it with joy. Do it with Joy Jolt.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kickboxing knock out your knee? We've got specialists for that. Not feeling the love after your last tennis match? We've got specialists for that. Orland & Cohen's top orthopedic team has the specialized expertise, extensive training from the nation's best programs, and years of experience to tackle each of your orthopedic needs so you can feel better, faster. Locations across Long Island, open 7 days a week, and now open in Kew Gardens as well. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
It's the perfect time to replace your boiler and water heater with a new Peerless Boiler and Pavilion Tankless Water Heater. Visit PeerlessBoilers.com for a dealer near you.
Welcome back to the Verizon Mets post-game show. Rich Ackerman with you following the 12-6 win over the Dodgers in Game 5 to force the trip back out west for a Game 6 on Sunday. The Mets with 14 hits tonight. 5 Mets had multiple hits. There was 1 home run, and that was the first inning blast by Pete Alonso. And for every home run the Mets hit this season, a donation is made to an undergraduate student at the College of New Jersey, the #1 public college from Maine to Maryland. There's also no strikeouts among the Mets hitters today. Our Samuel Payne, player getting well. Boy, you could choose a lot of them here, but we'll go with two. 2 players will share this award. Pete Alonso, who was 2 for 15 coming up, I should say, with the big home run in the first inning to put the Mets on their way. Went 2 for 3 tonight, and he got on base a couple of times as well. He was hit by a pitch and walked once as well. So Pete Alonso, our player getting well tonight, 2 for 4, 3 RBIs, 4 runs scored, and also Francisco Alvarez, who is hitting a .167 coming in, going 3 for 4 tonight with an RBI as well. Our player getting well is brought to you by Samwell Institute for Pain Management. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain relieving solutions. David Peterson was pretty strong early on and was staked to a big cushion. He did not get the win, but gave the Mets 79 pitches today and gave up 2 earned runs and met the media a short time ago.
David, feels like a long time ago, but that top half of the first inning, second and third, nobody out. What were you able to do to get out of that jam unscathed?
Yeah, just try and get back with Alvy and focus on executing one pitch at a time. And
When you look at the way that entire inning went, what did you sense, personally, but as a group, when Pete comes back in the bottom half after you get out of it and hits that 3-run home run?
Yeah, I thought it was huge. They could have had a couple runs there in the first, and we were able to get out of it. Defense did a great job on that, and and then that was just a huge way to answer. They had some momentum going, and then Pete to be able to kind of stop and throw the momentum in our favor in the bottom of the first was huge.
David, what does this say about the ball club, the way that you bounced back today?
Yeah, I think that's something that we've done all year. We get down or we lose a game or two or whatever it is, and we continue to show up and fight and compete. And I think it just shows the resilience of the group.
David, you're an even-keeled guy, but what is it like in the moments leading up for you when you know that you're going to be tasked in an elimination game with getting the start?
It's exciting. It's a huge honor and a privilege to be able to get the ball in those situations, and I don't take them lightly, and I try to go out there and execute my pitches and get as far as I could into the game for the team.
Were you able to keep your emotions in check, though, or did it feel different going out there?
No, it felt good. Obviously there was excitement. Haven't started in a while, and to be able to get that opportunity was exciting. But once I got going and warming up and everything, it was felt like another start.
When you got out of that jam in the first and you heard the crowd erupt here, what was going through your mind? Anybody say anything to you on the way back to the dugout?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was huge to hear them get up like that, and I think stuff like that leads to what we did in the bottom of the first. I think it gets our guys going. We get in the dugout and we get a chance to hit, and our guys set the table, and Pete hit the homer. So it's really exciting, and it's awesome to have our fans behind us like that.
Citi Field was rocking today. David Peterson, the first of 4 pitchers used today by the Mets in their 12-6 win. Lots of highlights. We'll take a listen back to them and much more when the Verizon Mets postgame show continues after these messages.
Hear every game of the NLCS on SiriusXM.
Shohei Ohtani unloads.
The Dodgers broadcast can be heard on Sirius 211 and XM 178.
He did it! He did it! Pete Alonso!
The Mets broadcast is on Sirius 210 and XM 177.
Kike Hernandez has done it again in the postseason.
The national broadcast is on ESPN Radio Channel 80. And take the NLCS wherever you go by listening on the all-new SiriusXM app.
That was an all-time classic.
Adam Shine brings his unique perspective and passionate sports talk to Mad Dog Sports Radio.
That game led the league in holy cow wow moments.
The biggest and hottest names across Major League Baseball.
Star shortstop for the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
It's great to kind of build the new culture here in Kansas City.
Shine on Sports, weekdays 9 Eastern. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray. How impressed are you with what you've seen with Caleb Williams?
He's definitely made some progress. He's playing with a good defensive team, so they really don't have to go out there and score 40 points every week to win. But he's done a better job of taking care of the ball and making plays when he's had the opportunity to make them and not put himself in a compromising situation.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, this is James Hinchcliffe from Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Do you love podcasts?
Yep.
Do you have a best friend?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like driving 200 miles per hour in a car with no roof?
Sure do.
Well, then join me and my best friend, IndyCar driver and 2016 Indy 500 winner Alex Rossi.
That's me.
Twice a week for Off Track with Hinch and Rossi on SiriusXM Podcast Network. All year round, we're talking IndyCar, F1, food, travel, and more with some of the biggest names from on and off the track.
So download Off Track with Hinch and Rossi now, available on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM, your home for the ultimate in-depth analysis of the MLB postseason.
The Mets are every team's worst nightmare. They think that they can do anything, that they are invincible. And when you face a team that feels that way, it doesn't matter what your bullpen looks like or if you won the National League East, because you have the New York Mets who believe that they can do anything and beat anyone.
MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
No one keeps you closer to U.S. soccer than SiriusXM FC.
We're now joined by U.S. men's national team head coach Mauricio Pochettino.
The country is about to compete, to win, and to give everything. What we need to translate to the fans, we need to be protagonists, we need to be aggressive team, an entertainment team, because we are USA and the culture is about to win.
Hear more from Mauricio Pochettino on the SiriusXM app. Just search FC.
Perfect man for the intro for the highlights segment as we roll on the Verizon Mets postgame show. Rich Ackerman with you after the 12-6 win by the Mets, who staved off elimination and force a Game 6 in L.A. on Sunday. And it's time for the highlights of the game. And for the Mets, it was simple. Win and keep playing. Lose, it's the end of the season. David Peterson made his first start since September 29th when he went 7 scoreless in Milwaukee, allowing just 1 hit. He hadn't pitched since Game 1 when he was touched for 3 runs, 2 earned, and 2 1/3 innings, and was going up against Jack Flaherty, who was terrific in the series opener. The Mets were in trouble early, but Peterson bailed them out. Shohei Ohtani led off with a grounder under the glove of Jeff McNeil. Mookie Betts' liner went off the glove of Starling Marte, putting 2 runners in scoring position with no out. Teoscar Hernandez grounded out to short, and the runners had to hold. Freddie Freeman lined out to Alonso, and then Peterson didn't flinch against Tommy Edman.
1-2 to Edman. He's gone 11 for 34 in the postseason with 8 RBIs, 2 for 6 last night. Here's the 1-2 pitch.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Peterson pumps his fist as he gets Edman on a high fastball, and that is an immediate lift for the Mets as the Dodgers had second and third, nobody out, and failed to score.
Peterson was terrific in the first. Jack Flaherty wasn't as sharp early as he was Sunday. Francisco Lindor laced the leadoff single. Brandon Nimmo walked. Mark Vientos flied out to left just in front of the warning track. And that may have been a prelude of things to come, as that brought Alonso to the plate, perhaps making his final Citi Field appearance. If it is, he certainly wasn't going out without a bang, and it gave us our smash of the game.
The 2-1 lifted in the air to right center field and deep. Pages back, still going. It's going to go. Home run! Pete Alonso, a 3-run homer right in front of the 7-line Army to the right of the 408 mark. Alonso with his fourth postseason home run, and the Mets are leading by a score of 3-0.
And Citi Field was electric. If it had a roof, it would have been blown off right there, the smash of the game. Brought to you by Smashburger, 100% certified pure Angus beef, fries, shakes, and more. There was no doubt about that one. 432 feet to dead center, and the Mets with an early 3-0 lead. They threatened again in the inning. Marte had a 2-out double, and Tyrone Taylor walked, but McNeil flied out to left. The Mets sent 8 men to the plate in the first, scored 3 runs while making Flaherty work, throwing 32 pitches. After the big inning, Peterson walked the leadoff man, Kike Hernandez, before retiring the next 2. But Andy Pages hit a broken bat single to put runners on the corners. That brought Shohei Ohtani to the plate. The Dodgers did get one back as Peterson spiked one that Francisco Alvarez couldn't stop. 1 run in, and the Dodgers had first and second after Ohtani walked. But Peterson got out of it again without any further damage, getting Mookie Betts to pop up to Alonso. Alvarez got a long-awaited hit going the other way for a leadoff double, but he was stranded at third. Lindor just missed a homer twice, hitting one foul and then flying to right with Betts backed up to the wall, and Nimmo and Vientos both flied out to end the second with the Mets not getting a run. After a scoreless top of the third, the Mets gave Peterson a bigger cushion to work with. Alonso walked to lead off the inning, the third straight inning in which the leadoff batter reached. It was just the start of things as Winker walked, and then Marte looked to add to his good start after a double in his first at bat. He came through with a huge hit. Flaherty set the 1-1. Marte rips it down the left field line. That is a base hit going to the corner. Alonso rounds third. He will score. Winker chugging. He's heading around third. He's coming home. The throw to the plate, not in time. 2-run double, Starling Marte. 5-1, Mets in the third. They are not done yet. They've added on against Jack Flaherty. 2 doubles today for Starling Marte. Nobody out in the third inning. And the Met fans at Citi Field were certainly feeling a little better about things after that. Winker hustling all the way around to make it a 5-1 game on the 2-run double. Taylor flied out. McNeil grounded out. Alvarez could breathe easier after a double in his first at bat, and now is swinging free and easy. 2 outs, runner at third, 5-1 Mets. Pitch to Alvarez, hit hard, base hit left field between Edman and Muncy. Marte scores, 6-1 Mets. 2 banged balls today by Alvarez. This one brings in a run, and the 22-year-old is 2 for 2 here today against Flaherty. And looking more and more like the hitter we've come to know over the last 2 seasons, extending the lead to 6-1. But the Mets weren't done yet. Lindor started the big first with a well-struck single, missed a homer in his last at-bat, and this time, in his third time up, hit the ball hard once again. The 1-1. Ripped. Down the right field line. Base hit, disappearing to the corner. Alvarez rounds second, heading for third. Betts trying to fish it out. Alvarez getting waved around. He will score. Lindor to third. A stand-up triple. It is 7-1. New York Mets in the bottom of the third inning. Lindor's second hit. He's at third. This place is on its feet here at Citi Field.
Wonder what the Temptations have booked for the next few days. Maybe they want to get on the charter with the Mets and do a couple of gigs in Los Angeles.
And that's the way they do the things they do. The Mets and Alvarez hustling all around. Lindor a stand-up triple. It was now 7-1, but it wasn't going to stay that way long.
Well, the Mets hadn't really come up with a big hit. Well, they've had big hit after big hit after big hit today against Flaherty. The 2-0. Rip to the right side. Base hit. Here comes another run. Lindor trots home. It's 8-1 Mets. Nimmo with a banging line drive over Kike Hernandez. A single to right. What an inning for the Mets. They've scored 5 times against Jack Flaherty.
Like a top 40 radio station, the hits just kept on coming. 8-1. The Mets' hottest hitter, Vientos, however, was 0 for 3 after ending the inning with a ground out. But the Mets added 5 in the third and were in command, at least for the moment. Peterson got the first 2 out batters to start the fourth, but had trouble getting out of the inning, and it started with the ninth hitter, Andy Pages.
Here's Andy Pages. Lefty to righty first pitch. Pages gets into one to deep left. Nimmo looks up. This one is gone. Dodgers answer back with a solo shot by their 9-hitter, Andy Pages. Peterson gives up the bomb. The Met lead is now 8-2 in this fourth inning.
Pages did a little bit of showboating and a slow jog, and Alvarez took exception. The two had some words before the home plate umpire stepped in. As Dodgers got one back, it was still a 6-run lead. Ohtani hit a flare into no man's land just beyond short into left field for a single. Betts and Hernandez walked with 2 out, so Reed Garrett came on to face Freeman. The Dodgers' first baseman worked the count full, but it was the Mets reliever that won the battle.
Infield back, runners lead. A long hold. Now the 3-2. Got him looking outside corner, snapped over a sweeper. Reed Garrett barking off the mound as he strands the bases loaded. And the Mets keep their 8-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth.
A huge moment for Garrett and the Mets, and that's our Save of the Game, brought to you by Margaret Teets Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Freeman has been a Mets nemesis. It had to be sweet for the Citi Field faithful to see him go down looking and keep it an 8-2 game, and the Dodgers stranding the bases loaded. Alonso reached for the third time in the bottom half of the inning when he was hit to start the fourth. Winker scored a run in the third. Now in the fourth, he drove in one.
2-2. Rip to the right side, base hit past Freddie Freeman and heading to the corner. Alonso hits second, motoring for third. Betts digs the ball out, fires in. They're going to send Alonso home. The throw from Hernandez, not in time. Alonso scores standing up. Winker's at third. The Mets add on another. They just will not stop tonight with their backs against the wall. It is 9-2 Mets in the fourth. Winker with a triple to right past Freddie Freeman. And there's still nobody out for Starling Marte.
Second triple in as many innings for the Mets. With the infield in, Marte grounded to short. Winker had to hold. He would score 2 batters later when McNeil flied out to deep center to make it a 10-2 game now, heading to the fifth. Garrett struck out the pesky Edman to start the inning, but hit Kike Hernandez and walked Muncy. After getting the second out of the inning, here came Andy Pages again, and the number 9 hitter in the Dodgers lineup, and the worst coming in, hitting just 100 in this series, was having a feast tonight.
Garrett deals, swinging a high fly ball to deep left field. Nimmo going back onto the track. He's at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run homer for Andy Pages, his second home run of the game. And the Mets lead is now 10-5. And this just has the feel of a don't go anywhere game, because we're not quite halfway through yet, and the runs are coming in bunches. 10-5 Mets.
So now there was a bit of uneasiness at Citi Field after Pages' second homer of the game, and he came in hitting 100 in the postseason and just 248 in the regular season. But Ryan Stanek then came on to face Ohtani and struck out the Dodgers star to end the inning. The Mets went quickly in order in the fifth, with Honeywell throwing only 4 pitches. And after that short inning, the Dodgers cut into the lead again when Mookie Betts, last night's hero, stepped in to start the inning and delivered another big blow.
The 0-1 to Betts, hit to left field, pretty deep. Nimmo back. This ball is gone. Into the party deck beyond the 358 mark. Mookie Betts has homered. Mets 10, Dodgers 6. And in this kind of game, you can't run out the clock. You've got to pitch it out, and the Mets need to find a whole lot of outs. They still need 12 of them, and the Dodgers are coming back. It is 10-6, New York.
But the outs started coming as Teoscar Hernandez struck out, And Stanek got another with Freeman going down swinging, and then Edman flew out to make it 9 outs away from another trip out west. Winker was hit to start the 6th, and Marte had his 3rd hit of the night, a double to left, but it didn't get the run in. Taylor flew out to shallow center. McNeil 0 for 3 since returning to the lineup, had a sacrifice fly in the 4th, and added another to make it 11-5 before Alvarez grounded out to end the inning. Stanek did his job, working a 3rd inning and retiring the side in order in the 7th, so the Mets went down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the inning. After 2 1/3, his longest outing in his career, Stanek gave way to Diaz in the 8th to try to get the final 6 outs. He got one immediately, striking out Pages after the Dodgers center fielder had gone 3 for 3 with 2 homers and 4 RBI. He blew away Ohtani with a fastball that hit 99, and Mookie Betts grounded out to end the inning. Alonso and Winker started the 8th with back-to-back singles, but Winker just missed a homer hitting the top of the wall, but had to settle for a single. It was hit so hard. Marte was up next and was unstoppable today, 8 for 21 in this series before coming up in the 8th, and his big day continued.
The 1-1, Acuna runs in the pitch line to center. That's a base hit. In to score is Alonso. Acuna to third, losing his helmet as he approaches the bag standing. And on at first with his 4th hit of the game, an RBI single is Starling Marte. It is a Marte party here at Citi Field, and the fans are the ones who are enjoying the festivities. It is 12-6 New York.
He tore the cover off the ball today, 4 for 5, 3 RBIs, and the big hit to break it open in the 3rd. A little more insurance in the 8th, and now 12-6. So all that remained was 3 outs from a trip back to L.A., and Diaz got Teoscar Hernandez to fly out to start the 9th. Freeman fly to center, and then Tommy Edman reached on an infield single, and then